Everybody joined the demo session which I have gave, right? Everybody was there at the demo session, right? Krati, Jitendra, and
No,
Rakesh, Jitendra
Rakesh,
is
I
new.
was not there.
okay, Jitendra was not there.
I was there.
Myself was not there.
Okay, okay. So I'll start. I'll start with the module. Guys. I'll just go through. Instead of going directly to the module, I'll just recap what we discussed on the demo. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
So on that day we just discussed about what is Ariba, how it is helping the enterprise to achieve cost cutting, reduce cost, and increase in cost saving, and increase in business process efficiency. So this was our agenda for that day, the overview of the solution and the main and key feature, that is Ariba network, which is helping Ariba solution to succeed and to overcome in other business market products, and a source to pay process, which is the standard process, or which is the process which is followed by Ariba while its business implementation, and the product implementation methodology, how it is implemented to the enterprise, and the roadmap which is not required at this point of time, and the dashboard navigation, which is nothing but the system demo. So this is about the history of the product, when it is introduced, or who introduced, what are all the competitors of Ariba, and later we have the versions, in which version it is introduced, and which is the version uh, now currently running. So there are two types of version released, as I discussed on that day also: on premises, on cloud. So when I say on premises, it is completely on your side. The complete rights will be on your side. The servers, physically the system will be present in your side, I mean company side. Servers, we have to maintain servers. But when I say cloud solution, you need not to maintain any server. Everything will be on SAP side. We just will get the URL and credential. Just need to use the URL and login, right? So if you have any queries, just stop me, no issues, okay? So are we good to go? Or you want me to explain about on-premises or on cloud?
You can go forward.
Yeah. So that's about the version of the solution, and this is about Suite, how they are selling, how Ariba is selling their products, their modules. So they grouped the solutions, different solution in different bundles. It's like combos, like Ariba Spend Visibility, which comes with the data enrichment tool, and different tools which helps data cleansing. In Ariba Spend Visibility, the main motto of Ariba Spend Visibility is to check the procurement history data, and have some matriculation, and get raw data into fruitful data. So that is about spend visibility. And Ariba collaborative sourcing comes with sourcing, contract management, and supplier information and performance management. So I'll explain about all the modules in system, that then you'll be good to go. So I mean, don't scare by seeing the names and all. When you go into system, actual system, then it will be easy to correlate with the solution, and the these names will be, it will be easy for you to go. So collaborative sourcing comes with sourcing module, contract management, and supplier information and performance management. And after that we have procurement on demand, which is completely procurement solution. Here comes the collaborative finance and collaborative commerce, which is into network, which I said, right? Network is the backbone of Ariba solution. So this comes with the network subscription modules. So without wasting time, we'll jump into next. We discussed about the network characteristic, how network is strong, and with add-ons of different module, different third-party systems. So this network is open to any ERP or any third-party tool. It can be easily integrated, and it is intelligent as well. So there are more than 1 million global trading companies, including buyer and supplier, are collaborated, connected, and do business on this network. So still, if you have any doubts on network, just let me know, because network is the key part of Ariba. Every transaction takes place through network. So did you have, do you have any queries on network side? What is network? What is solution? Are both are same or different? Any such queries? Hello.
Rakesh, could you please explain it briefly?
May I know who's that?
Yeah, I'm Karthik.
Yeah. Okay. So on demonstration, I already explained, and I'll definitely repeat it again. So what is network? So when I say network, it is different from the solution. It is something where from solution, when you create PO or when you create any sourcing event, it will go to network. From network, it will transact to supplier. So here Ariba is completely about buyer, supplier, and the business between them, right? So when buyer or supplier do any transaction or any communication, it flows through Ariba network, because as it's a cloud solution, we cannot give access to your application or to the buyer application or supplier application for another. So that's the reason Ariba network is there, where buyer and supplier both collaborate, connect, and do business over there. So for this it helps. All these helps in network to do successful business, like PayPal, Discover Bank, and Thomas. I'll explain what are these. For suppose generally we order food from Food Panda, right? So in that we have an option called pay through Paytm or pay through any other wallets. So in the same way, when we do business with through Ariba network, we can pay through PayPal account or Discover Bank. So these are the supporting banks or supporting third parties for this network. In the
Those are the
similar,
gateways.
sorry.
Those are the gateways.
Yeah, not gateways, we can say exactly. So these are the supporting. If you take Food Panda, it's not that without Paytm we cannot order food from Food Panda. It's not like that, right?
Okay, okay.
So in the same way, to make transaction easy, we have this as a supporting, right?
Okay.
So in the same way, we have Thomas Industrial Network, which is nothing but like in Ariba network, we have buyer and supplier collaborating each other, right? In the same way, we have a different network called Thomas Industrial Network, which is purely for industry suppliers and buyers. So this is integrated with Thomas Industrial Network also for better collaboration. To search the network, the buyers or suppliers which are not there in their network, we can search from this Thomas network also. So it comes with internal integration. We need not to do anything. It comes out of the box. So in the same way, we have DocuSign. DocuSign is nothing but it's a third-party tool which helps in e-signature for contract compliance. we use DocuSign. Both parties, buyer and supplier, both on the same platform, they can sign e-signature with legal compliance. So all these are helping network to succeed. Excuse me. So this is about network. So you have any doubts still in network? What is network?
Rakesh, I understood that is network, but this PayPal, Discovery, Commerce, Investor, these are like for payment. Like, is it like Paytm?
That's what I'm saying. It's like supporting third-party tools which helps buyer or supplier to do their transaction easily. Because generally, what happens? These all comes when they require. I mean, for suppose why Paytm, I mean, are collaborating with Food Panda or any other like Uber cab or Ola cab. Why they are collaborating to make our life easy. In the same way, to make buyer and supplier or make enterprise transaction easy, Ariba network is collaborating with all these third party. It's not only payment for network for signature of the contract, or you have you ever heard about Duns and Bradstreet's DNB?
No.
So this is the an enterprise, or this is the company which validates every suppliers, whether it's a genuine supplier or whether it's a certified supplier or not. So they verify this. So with the help of this Duns and Brads, buyers' work will be reduced. They need not to cross check whether these are a good supplier or not. So in this way, network helps all these with all these parameters. Network helps buyer and supplier collaborate easily with less less effort. I think you should note it down, this one. If you required, I can forward it to Sai or to this global institute. So these plays an important role. Network plays an important role in Ariba solutions life cycle. So you can see, right, 1 million plus global trading companies. Its presence is there through 190 countries and 172 currencies with 60 languages supported by Ariba. And for integration, it uses SAP PI. I mean, these are the options we have, like SAP PI, SAP Process Integration, TIPCO is another middleware, Delbumi is another middleware, ITK is middleware which is provided by Ariba itself, Ariba Integration Toolkit. So all these are middleware which helps Ariba to integrate with third party. Right. Karthi, do you have any other queries on network? Feel free to ask. I mean, I'm ready to explain you 100 times.
No,
Okay,
issue.
sure.
No
Please
question.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, so moving ahead, this is the procurement process I explained on that day. So how it starts with an analysis. I mean, what we want to buy, how we want to buy, or what is our historical spend. So on this way it starts, and from this data we'll have some data to cleanse, and we will have some plan how to buy. We'll have some strategy for that commodity. For suppose I'm considering I want to buy 1,000 laptops for my new organization which I'm establishing. So for that I'll go with what is my previous spend, how did I uh, who all are my suppliers. Now we'll go after the analysis part, we'll go with the planning part, how to buy, who will be my coming suppliers for this project. We'll discover new suppliers. If they are not with Ariba, we'll register with Ariba or with any ECC, our ERP. Then we'll check what is the quality of the product. I mean, is this product is, I mean, if we are talking about laptop, then we'll think about what is the configuration. So everything comes into this planning phase. Once we are fixed with our requirement, we'll go with the RFX. RFX is nothing but auction, bidding or RFI, request for information, request for proposal. So all this comes into RFX. I'll explain what are all this. So for sourcing module, only RFX, I mean, this is the thing which is going to be the key role. We will be working on the same thing, complete sourcing module. So I'll explain what are there in RFX in coming sessions. Then once we do RFX, we take bids from the suppliers. We'll go with the contract. After finalization of supplier, we'll go with the contract with that supplier for that commodity. Once the contract is in place, we'll go with the request. We'll request for 1,000 laptops. We'll go for approval to the higher authority. Once it is approved, it's go for the order status. Then once it's ordered, then its status will be keep on changing. Like ordered, once ordered, it's go for the status will go for shipped or partially shipped, shipped or receiving status means when we ordered for 1,000 laptops, if they are delivering 500 laptops, rest of the 500s are pending from their end, then it will be, the status will be receiving status. Once every 1,000 laptops are delivered, then it will be received status. Once we receive the good, receipt will be generated and invoice will be generated accordingly. So we have three-way matching called receipt, invoice and PO, which we generated. So in this way, there are very less chances of exceptions. Receipt, invoice and order will be matched automatically from Ariba system, and once these three are matched, payment will be done to the supplier. So this is the standard process from analysis to payment. This is the standard process. So each and every process can be catered by Ariba. So I'll explain, I'll show how all these circles are there, right? All these circles will be catered in Ariba. I'll show each and every module in different solutions. So, you have any? Yeah.
Yeah, Rajesh, the service procurement is also supported by Ariba.
Sorry, your voice is not clear.
Okay, the service procurement, do you know if service procurement is supported by
Service
Ariba?
procurement, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, I just wanted to know if service procurement is supported in Ariba or not.
Okay, you're asking, is there chances of service procurement or not, right? So there is,
Yes,
Ariba also caters the service procurement. We have product and service procurement. I'll show you how services and products are catered. Service procurement is there in Ariba, to answer your question directly.
Okay, thanks.
Any other? So this is the same thing which is answered by Ariba, how it is this flow.
Rakesh, I have a small question in the last slide.
Yeah.
Actually, this discovering of the suppliers and registering, how is it done in ERP? Like they have to register in ASN only? Ariba
They have to
Supplier
register.
Network.
Yeah. They have to register in Ariba Supplier Network. You want to be same thing to be done in ERP. Is that your question?
No, no. My question is how do they come into ASN? First question, and so they without ASN they can be into ERP directly, so that it be replicated to ASN.
No, see here your question is how we are, onboarding the supplier into our application. Is that your question, or how
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
supplier are
yeah, yeah,
onboarding to Ariba supplier network? So network
yeah,
is
yeah.
different. I said already, right? Network is different, and our application will be different. So let me explain
Oh,
you.
okay.
So when the onboarding of supplier on Ariba supplier network can be done by anybody, or supplier himself can onboard himself onto network, right?
Okay.
And onboarding to our application is something different. We have to send him request. Once he responds, depending upon the response, we can onboard or we can reject the supplier. So this is two ways. Or we can directly search on already, the supplier who is already on the Ariba supplier network. We can search to them. We can send the request. Once he responds, we can onboard to our application or our system. So that is Ariba. So if their ERP is in place, if any ERP is in place, we can have an integration in such a manner that when there is any supplier onboarded into your Ariba application, it can be automatically, synchronized, or it can be automatically reflected on your ECC or any legacy system. So that integration is there. You need not to worry to create redundant work like creating supplier in Ariba, again creating in ECC or ERP, anything. So you need not to worry on that side as well.
Okay. Okay.
I'll show how supplier onboarding is takes place in Ariba. Okay. Any other?
Nothing. Nothing. Thank you.
So I think we should go move ahead with this
Yeah.
presentation.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
I think suppliers has to contact with the internals, right? Initially.
Your voice is not audible. Can you repeat the question, please?
Actually, in case the suppliers want to get the access for Ariba, they need
Okay.
to contact internals, right?
They need to contact suppliers. Is that your question?
No, they need supplier has to contact the internal, right?
Internal in the sense I didn't get you.
The guy buyer.
Yeah, buyer. So
So
it's not mandatory that suppliers has to contact buyers. Buyers can also contact suppliers. Supplier can also, it's a two-way communication.
but the thing is the buyer has to take care of that.
Buyer, yeah, buyer has to send the response to the supplier. Send a request to the supplier that this
Buyer
is my
will take,
requirement. Yeah, this is my requirement. Will you be able to cater my requirement? If yes, give the response. It's like that. So if he writes the response, he can onboard. If he don't, he can reject. That's
so
what.
the Ariba functional guy will take care of registration and all for
Yeah,
the
I
supply.
mean generally Ariba functional consultant has to take care for supplier training and supplier onboarding as well.
Okay, okay. Go ahead.
Supplier onboarding in the sense you're getting right. I mean making him into our system. I mean
Yeah,
onboarding him into. Yeah.
okay.
So that's what I mean. I'm good. I mean, glad you're asking all these questions. I mean, when you go to the system and when we see the demo, right, it will be very easy for you guys to realize or think about these. So I think we should move the same slide he explained with the help of Ariba. So Karthi was new. Karthi is the only person who is new to this slide, I think. Rest of the people have already saw, right? Or anybody new join us out there?
They're also new.
You are also new. Okay, okay. You want me to explain this?
When you taken the earlier demo,
Sorry.
I was not there when you have given the earlier
Okay.
demo.
I'll do one thing. I'll just give a very high level how it's taken place in Ariba. So as I said, Ariba network is the backbone of Ariba, where it is covered throughout the transaction. See, we can see network is there throughout in the backside. So from analysis phase to paying the payment phase, the network is there throughout the transaction. So supplier management means here buyer has to manage their supplier, and customer management means supplier has to manage the buyer. Managing in the sense, taking care of, like, supplier will go for awareness marketing, getting leads. In the same way, buyer will post in discovery, this is my requirement, who are all there. Discovery is nothing but Ariba supplier network, right? So they'll post their requirement over here. So depending upon the requirement, buyer and supplier collaborate. Excuse me. So this analysis phase, as I said, analyze. This analysis phase comes into picture when we know that there is a requirement. We'll go with the analysis phase. We'll do analysis depending upon the historical spend. At the same time, they'll look after the market. I mean, what is the market? They'll do awareness programs. They'll look for the leads. So this is two-sided. One is from supplier end and one is from buyer end and one is from supplier end. So once they finalize their requirement, they'll go with the sourcing. So what is sourcing? Sourcing is nothing but selecting supplier, negotiating with them, and finalizing the project or finalizing it for the contract. So in sourcing, we have different events called auction, RFI, RFP. So all these are the events which helps in negotiating with the supplier. So when we create sourcing event in Ariba solution, it will go through the network, pass through the network, and go to the suppliers. Supplier has to bid, response. Depending upon their response, we finalize the supplier and go for a contract. So it's a mutual contract between two parties. Once the contract is in place, we'll go for the requisition, which is nothing but ordering the goods. So we have catalog is in place in Ariba, where from which we can select the product which is already having contract in place. So we can select from here catalog. It will be when gone for approval. Once it is approved, it will go for order status, and once it is received, invoice will be generated accordingly. And as I said, there will be three-way reconciliation where invoice, order, and PO will be matched. Once all these are matched without any bugs or without any exceptions, the cash will be paid. So this is the complete process. Any doubts in this?
Rakesh, invoice, P1, goods receipt, right? Reconciliation, three-way match?
Yeah, three-way matching. Invoice, PO, receipt.
Okay.
Rakesh, so after order, we do the receipt or we do anything equivalent to service confirmation. Is it correct?
Sorry, come again.
Okay. After the order submission, the supplier sends me the goods or completes the service.
Okay.
In the event of goods delivered, there will be a receipt. In the event
Yes.
of services, a service confirmation or something equivalent to that will be created. Is it correct?
Yes. The same thing. See what happens.
Okay,
I
sure.
mean, I think you are from MM module, is it?
Yeah, I'm from MM and SRM.
SRM. Okay, yeah, that's what. So, from your words, I can make it out. You're from SAP background. So, Ariba is something different from SAP. I mean, it's independent product which is bought by SAP. So they did not change the terminology which is used by Ariba, but the business process will be as same as SAP. Only the terminology
Okay. Okay.
differs some place or others, but the business process and whatever business capabilities, all those are same.
Okay. Okay.
I think I'm running out of my battery. Just give me a moment. I'll plug in. Yeah, sorry. So, any other queries on this?
I think go ahead, right?
Yeah. So, moving ahead. So this is about the customer, review. What are customer best in class customer, and just a comparison. So let's move on. So this is about Ariba project implementation methodology, which is very important for any functional consultant. So this is the platform he has to work on, like how it is implemented through the enterprise. So we have mainly 5 phases from requirement gathering to go live. We have 5 phases, but it's counted as 4 only up to this phase. So I'll start with the requirement confirmation phase to go live phase. So how it starts? So once we start kickoff of the project, we start implementation. We'll give, first of all, we'll give solution overview. What is Ariba? And once we are done with the demos of solution, we'll take business requirement from the uh, client who are or implemented Ariba, who will be the buyer in future transactions. So we'll take the business requirement, we'll gather the requirements, we'll analyze whether this data fits into Ariba or not, this business process fits into Ariba or not. Once the requirement gathering is done, we take sign off on requirement gathering, we take sign off on scope of work. SOW will be in place, we take sign off on that. Once SOW is signed, we'll go for the design phase, or building site build phase. So at the time of designing, we have to gather the data now. Data in the sense master, material master, vendor master, or if they have any sort of or any other data which need to be mapped in Ariba system, we'll take the complete data. So taking of data will be in specific format. I'll show you how the data will be gathered. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just a minute. No, this is not the file I wanted to show you. It's not opening. Yeah. So this is the file. So this is how data will be collected from client. So if they have any regions, we have to, like, it's as a SAP is a global company, it gives complete global presence. So if they have any region, I mean any branches in globe, across the globe, or it's a India working company. Let's see here. What are the departments of there? I mean, these are the standard departments which any enterprise will have. Apart from this, if they have any, we can mention. So this is the blank template where we have to fill from the client. We have to collect the data and we have to fill this. So this is Material Master.
Rakesh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rakesh. Rakesh, just a quick question.
Go.
Do you normally get these templates before the implementation? From where do you get these templates?
Sorry, I can't hear your voice. What's your name, Karthi or Jitendra?
Yeah, this is Kasi. My question is, how would you acquire these templates before you start your implementation?
I mean, collecting data from client, or you are asking how you create these templates? Is it your question or?
The question
Yes,
is,
yes.
how
The
will
question is, no, not about the data. The data, I understand. You may have to conduct some workshops and this and that to collect these requirements. That's okay.
Exactly.
But my question is, how would, for example, I'm getting into a project and I would want to know from where do I get this template, the template itself, so I can prepare myself before getting into the workshop.
So, I mean, let me repeat your question to understand whether that's the right question or not. So you're asking how we are getting this template, from where we are deciding this template. Is it your question? No.
Yes, you are right. Yes.
Yeah, so we'll be getting this template from Ariba SAP itself. For every implementation partners, so we as a functional consultant will be implementation partners for SAP or Ariba.
Mm-hmm.
So as a SAP partner or Ariba implementation partner, we'll be getting this as when we go for a client, when they buy license, right? So this is one of our.
Okay.
Yeah. So you need not to worry on that side. I mean, we need not to create any out of the box, or we need not to go do rocket science in Ariba. Just need to know the application. For a functional consultant, we just need to know what is application, how it works, because depending upon that only we can explain the clients how it works, or what are the capabilities. Because as a best practice, we'll give the KT or training to the end users. So at that time we should teach them what are the best practice followed in Ariba. So for that we should know the application first. So this is how we collect commodities from clients. If we have any mappings with any other legacy system, we'll take that as well. These are the unit of measures. Any currency conversions, like if they are working from different countries, if they have different currencies, we can have currency mappings also. So enterprise users are nothing but who all will be there as like sourcing manager, sourcing administrator, or procurement managers. So we can these are the user profiles we have to take in this format and forward it to Ariba SAP.
when you go to currency conversion rates on?
Yeah. Are you looking for INR?
No, not like that. Okay, go ahead.
So as it's a template, we are not having INR in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, generally Ariba, in any Ariba application, for upstream it goes with transaction. For downstream it goes with upstream it goes with license, and downstream it goes with transactions. So let me explain what is license and what is transaction. When I say upstream, it's completely on sourcing, SIPM, supplier information and performance management, and contract management. So here we won't have any transaction in the sense money transaction or document transaction will be there, but money transaction won't be there. So in this case, we'll have license based subscription for Ariba. License in the sense how many users will be there, for suppose 4 users. So depending upon that, license will be, a subscription will be given. But in downstream, it's completely about transaction, money transaction, like procure to pay, invoicing. So it's about complete how much amount you transacted. So in that case, in procurement, procure to pay or invoicing professional or any discount management. So here generally SAP goes with transaction based. How much you transacted, pay according to that. Subscription will be according to that. So this is how subscription will be given. So any doubts in subscription? This is not required for functional consultant, as I am complete end-to-end cycle implement. When I say end-to-end, I take care from pre-sales to sales, demos to product implementation, go live support as well. So we required all this information. So this is how a template look like. Data collection templates. We have so many templates similar to this. So this is how we collect data from different business process. So let's get into the presentation again. So once the data is collected,
Rakesh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rakesh, yeah. I think I'm sort of getting the idea, but just to complete the previous stuff, what would we do after we collect the requirements in the template, Excel template? What would we do after we collect all the purchase org, plans, etc. into the Excel template?
Yeah. So actually, once we collect the data, we'll forward it to Ariba, SAP people. They load the data into system. We need not to load the system, data into system or site. Got my point? The master data, because as it's a cloud application, they are giving very limited, access to the consultant or to the enterprise. But in case of,
I think BA team will get the data from the client. Okay.
Okay.
After that, the data will move to the Ariba developers, right?
Ariba developer in the sense your organization or SAP?
SAP Ariba developer or anything.
Yeah.
Ariba for the client.
Yeah.
So finally, the functional guy will take care of that, all the things.
Actually, BA team means here in Ariba we have a complete Ariba team. BA is not required. Any Ariba functional consultant can collect the data from. Yeah. So you are saying business analyst, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's covered by Ariba functional consultant itself. That is the role and responsibility of us as a consultant. So we'll require we'll gather the requirement. Once the requirement is gathered, we take sign off and we'll forward it to the SAP Ariba. Okay. Their headache is to upload the data and again come back to us stating that we have uploaded the data. Just take the sign off from the client on this data, master data or whatever mappings if you have. So once the site is built, we'll go with the integration part. If they have any integration with any legacy system, as this is Ariba is an application where we can go with different module wise or we can go with suite. So module wise in the sense we can only opt for procurement module, or we can only opt for contract module, we can opt for sourcing module. So when we are opting in bits and pieces, we definitely should have one integration, one legacy system or one backend system in place, so that to make the flow transaction or business process to flow easily. So in that case, every company or every client will ask for some or the other integration. So once we are done with this part, we'll go with the integration. This integration we have to take care, completely we have to take care as an implementation partner, right?
Okay.
We'll coordinate with the client for their legacy system credentials or any system accesses. But to use middleware to integrate this Ariba, we have to take care as an integration, as an implementation partner.
Okay.
Right. So once the integration is done, so this build phase is completed, completely design and build phase is completed. So we'll go for the testing phase, where after taking sign off from the customer on build phase, we'll go for the testing phase. Once the testing is completed, we'll go with the training part, training the end users. Like from client side, there will be so many end users, so we'll train the end users as well as suppliers. At the testing phase only, we'll onboard suppliers if required. Once the testing phase is done, we take sign off and it will be moved to the production. So moving production is also taken care by SAP Ariba. So once the product, this test tenant is moved to production, we generally give post go live support as an implementation partner. So that is again depending upon the contract signed with the client of the company. So generally we give 2 or 3 weeks of post go live support. So after that we wrap up the project. So this is how Ariba is implemented. Any doubts in this?
Yeah, Rakesh, it's not a doubt. I'm just trying to extend the conversation a bit more.
Yeah.
Basically, like what you said, we as an implementation partner, we will do the integration between Ariba to the customer's legacy or SAP systems. However, after go live, I understand we may still have to take level 1 support or something for the Ariba, but we will have to do the full-time support for integration with the legacy and SAP systems. Is it correct?
So you mean to ask if we require to give support for integration if there is any problem in integration?
Yes.
Is that
exactly?
Yeah, good question. So what happens? See, we integrate through any middleware to their system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the ERP system is theirs, clients. The middleware is from client only. So there will be a person who will be responsible for that middleware, because they won't be using that middleware only for Ariba. They might be using for other application as well, other third party. So
Got it.
this middleware is also from their end. So Ariba is also now their product, and for Ariba, if there is any problem in Ariba integration, they'll be having DSC credentials, the designated support contact. So they have to raise a request on that. They'll be getting back. Ariba will be getting back. So support is very easy in Ariba. Client need not to worry on the support side. Though if they want a dedicated support for their integration or for their application, then we have AMS services, application management services. So maintenance or management. So we have AMS services which will dedicate one resource to that company for whole time. So this is again depending upon the contract. I hope I answered your question. Shall we go ahead? Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Sorry, I was on mute.
Yeah. So as I said, this is the team structure for any implementation, like a partner as we and customer client. So from both end, two-way communication should be there. I mean, from our side, there should be a stream lead, or stream lead in the sense module-wise lead, or from there. And because when we go for requirement gathering, the functional expert should be there who can explain the business processes to us. So he will coordinate with this person, and once the requirement is gathered, we should have a technical team who can pull the data from their legacy system and give it efficiently. Or he will be responsible for any integration part, like if we are integrating with any third party or any ERP system. So he'll be helping us. For suppose he could be a PA expert, or he could be ERP expert or ECC expert. So he'll be helping us in any every technical aspect. So we'll have enablement team from client end who will be responsible for supplier enablement or supplier onboarding. We'll have training lead from supplier end, for which generally what happens, we'll give couple of trainings, or 3 or 4 times. Generally two times is the ideal one. If they request for one more, we'll give. So generally, once the training is done, his responsibility is to now take care of the complete company's training. So we won't be going again and again giving the training to the end user. So this is how it takes place. In the same way, we'll have our team in place as a functional consultant, or integration specialist also required if project requires. So education service lead is nothing but training lead. So any doubts in this? This is standard SAP team structure, I think. I'm not from SAP background. I mean, basically I am from completely into Ariba.
Okay.
So, yeah. So these are the innovations. I mean, anyway, we'll be coming through all these innovations when we go into the system.
Sorry, Rakesh. In the previous slide,
Yeah.
I think this was about, yeah. In this slide, in this slide, the partner program is the implementation partner. The customer program is on the customer side. So I do understand for each of the stream, you have a lead. I mean, we have a lead on our side. That's okay. But there are projects where, I mean, the one I'm looking forward, they might be not having any PI with them.
Integration.
So yeah, I mean, this customer, they do not have any process integration with them. The customer.
Okay.
So this will be brought into the scope as part of this Ariba implementation. That would mean I will have to have a process, so as a part of project manager, as a part of project management team from the implementation partner perspective. Is it correct?
Okay, so you mean to ask, we are implementing one project for a client. So you are asking, the client is having PI or not?
No, they don't have PI right now. They do have SAP and a lot of other systems, but they do not have PI.
So they want integration between Ariba application and ERP or not? or their legacy system?
Yes, actually they need it because the final accounting documents get posted in ECC system, and also we send a copy of purchase order to the ECC system. So I assume PI is definitely required in this case.
Yes.
Uh, If that is the case, then I would need to have a process expert lead, technical lead, under the project team itself. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, we should have, yeah, okay, I got your question now. So we should have PA expert in this, in this.
Yes.
As a functional consultant, I did
Exactly.
not mention here, but he'll be working closely with us, or closely with this process expert and technical expert. So he'll be working closely with them. So yeah, PI expert will be there. So they have to buy PI license, I think. The client, whichever you are
Yeah,
going to, they have to buy PI license.
yeah.
Apart
I
from
think
PA,
I
we
got
have
more.
we have another no option also, but that is again a different thing. I mean, it's like uh, it's not a good workaround for integration. We have add-ons from Ariba, adapters from Ariba, but for that we have to again pay subscription. That is the only thing. Otherwise, PA is good to go. The license of PA is also not very costly, I think. So that's what.
Thank you.
Mm. So yeah, we should have the PI will be included in this team only from our end. Excuse me. So this is what very high level. I think. Shall we go for the demo? I mean, system navigation.
Yes.
How systems look like. As I said, it's a cloud application. See here, I am not logging into any server. I'm not doing anything. It's just a URL I selected from my favorite list. I just selected one URL, and it's asking, as it's a demo site. I mean, from Ariba, it's asking for company authentication, which company you are from. So as soon as I give my company authentication, it's redirecting us to the dashboard. Now the game starts from here. See, this is how login page looks like. Depending upon our user ID or our profile, the profile which is assigned to us, the roles and responsibility which are assigned to us, the dashboard will look like as same as depending upon the roles. I'll log in. So I'm logging in as a admin, Ariba admin. So I'll be having all the authorities or all the responsibilities which application have. So depending upon the profile, we can restrict, like I want to assign project manager or any sourcing agent or procurement agent. So we can restrict through the profile itself. So for any client, like for suppose, as I said, we can buy Ariba solution in bits and pieces. For any client who is buying sourcing, all these won't be visible. Only sourcing will be visible. For suppose he is buying procurement. only procurement tab will be displayed. Rest of the tabs won't be displayed. So this is about module. These are the solutions we have. All these are the solutions. Now we'll talk one by one every solution in coming sessions. And yeah, so let me explain you about this dashboard, how this dashboard is, what is this dashboard. So it's as simple as your Facebook or in your LinkedIn account management. Here we can go with this, for suppose we can change password, we can select a secret question. So have you ever seen this Facebook site? You can see this, right? When you click on your profile, right click on your profile, you can see if you want to change your language, edit default preferences. So we can even change the theme of the UI. We have two themes, we can select from that. I like light theme, that's why I'll keep it. So this is how we can manage your profile account. Now coming to the help, we will get complete product documentation. We can go here, we can get complete product documentation. If you want anything, you can, if you are stuck with anything, we can go here, and depending upon the solution we bought, we can get the product help. So all these are, you can get even tutorials. So from here we can download, and we can have UI tour also. What is so Ariba Exchange is nothing but a forum of Ariba where people give their suggestions or people ask questions, and in response Ariba people will uh, give the answer. So Ariba Exchange is a forum. Events, if there is any Ariba events, we can contact Ariba support as well. So this is about help tab. So if we as assigned to us, I mean any role is assigned to us, depending upon that, if we have any mails or messages, we can directly see from here. We can print the screen as well. So this is about the dashboard. We can search from here. I'm just explaining the capabilities of dashboard. I mean, there is nothing rocket science in this. So how it looks like, what is the dashboard navigation. Excuse. So now coming to the manage, create. So from here we'll create all this contract request or any reports we want to create, or anything which is require creation of the project or creation of the workspace can be created from here. Like I can create PO, I can create PO based invoice. So all this can be created from this option. Now we have manage. Manage is something which is for administration purpose. Like I want to manage the dashboard, or I want to manage my library, sourcing library or knowledge library, or I want to manage my task. So this is about management. Now this is recent searches, what I searched recently here. Okay, and this is completely customizable. I mean, we can have however you want. You can move here and there. Very user friendly. I mean, once you use it, you'll be it will be very easy for us to use this. We can even add some event status on the dashboard itself. Let me add. See, from here we can have reports on our fingertips like expiring contracts or event status, what are the events and what are the status of those events, any supplier approvals. As I said, right, when we onboard supplier, when they respond, it will await for approval from the buyer. So how many suppliers are there for approvals, pending status, rejected, how many we rejected, how many are already registered, so like that. So any task which is assigned to us as a Ariba sourcing manager, or so all these are end user work. I mean, the client who implements Ariba, right, they have to take care, not we as a functional consultant. But to teach them, to train them, we should know what is what, how application works. So that's the reason I'm explaining this. Excuse me. So this is how a dashboard looks like. So any doubts in this?
Hi, Rakesh. Just quick one. So these tiles, I understand these are customizable from a user perspective. However, these tiles are built and managed by Ariba themselves, not by consultants.
Yeah, built by Ariba.
Did I understand it correct?
Yeah, built by Ariba, but we can manage, like, if you want to have this report, or types of report, we have different types of report. You understand correct. It is built by Ariba itself. We need not to build it, but we can manage this, like which type of report you want to see over here, or which type of report you want to generate. We have a analytical report. Here we can create our own reports.
Oh, okay. Once we create our own reports, those reports can also be added inside the dashboards.
Yeah. On dashboard we can add those reports. We can run those reports.
Okay.
But those reports won't be this colorful, this diagrammatic. Those will be in this form. We just need to run those, and once the data, once the report is run, the CSV file is generated or the Excel sheet is generated, we can download or we can keep it. Colorful is, colorful Rangoli is done by Ariba itself.
Rakesh,
Yeah.
can anyone access the Ariba, demo site? What you are showing?
Demo site no, this one will be given to the implementation partner. Anyhow, I found one solution for you. I asked this ideas people, global institute people, to create one demo site for you guys.
Okay.
So they are creating. I'm helping them to create, and they can give you the credentials so that you can have at least sourcing part, because in India the main and the main selling module is sourcing. Out of 100, if you take 100 Ariba products sold, out of 100, 90 will be sourcing, and very hardly this 10 will be rest of the module. So sourcing is, in India especially, sourcing is mainly sold Ariba product.
Our clients may not be from India, right?
Sorry?
The clients may not be from India. In case,
Yeah, if you are having abroad clients, they can have anything. We cannot predict. But Indian clients, I'm saying they are totally into sourcing, because in India, the main motto of any business is to save money, negotiating with supplier. So how much you will give discount? So
Okay.
I'm suffering with cold and cough. So yeah. Any other doubts? I'll show you. I think Karti's doubt is this, right, regarding reports. I'll show you how to generate reports or how to run report. We have different reporting options over here. Let me.
Nagesh, are you a functional guy or a developer?
I am actually basically functional, but I work with the technical team as well. Like for integration, because I'll be leading the project, so I have to take a complete process. I have to document each and everything. So I'll be working closely with the integration team as well. So basically integration is also, I mean, major part from Ariba side will be taken care from Ariba SAP people. Only part we need to take care is, clients PI and ECC system we have to take care. I mean, we have to coordinate with them, we have to take the access, and we have to establish the connection between the two systems. Are we good? So I'll share the session details. I mean, my session-wise details. How we gonna move further in session-wise? What are the modules I'm going to cover, or what are the topics I'm going to cover, or how system. So we'll mainly concentrate on system itself. I mean, going theoretically won't work for us. We'll mainly go with the system, how we have to create. If I'm creating any cycle like sourcing event or any procurement, we'll run a complete cycle from creating to ending of the cycle. We'll check and we'll.
Rakesh, as what suggested by another participant, I mean it would be really great if we also have access to the demo site, so we can also do it along with you, so we do get a hands-on while you are doing it. If everybody's okay with this, then we can go with this approach.
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm saying. I already requested the institute to create. They are already working on that. I raised a request for that. Yeah, we have a start sourcing called product where it will be given to any new consultant who joined Ariba. So I am taking on my risk, and from I mean, I'm taking on my risk to at least provide you that solution credential so that it will be easy for you to. You are right. Actually, when we see, we can't experience that. When we do hands-on the system or hands-on on the application, it will be more effective. So definitely do that.
Thank you.
Once I get confirmation from Ariba SAP regarding this demo solution credential, I'll forward it to the team, and they'll definitely forward it to you. Okay.
Okay, sure.
But the thing is, we'll be having only sourcing a module in that. Regarding procurement, we'll find out another solution. As of now, we'll be getting for sourcing module. We'll go with that. And I have every modules in my system. We can check in here. If you want, we can go with the team viewer access also. I mean, for every session we can have team viewer, and if you want to access the system in presence of my presence, you can access that. Okay. So are we good?
Yeah.
And coming to the consultant roles and responsibility, we need not to worry much on that. See, here as a functional or business analyst, we should be clear on the business part. Application keeps on changing, though it's Ariba or any other application, keeps on changing. But as a business analyst or as a functional consultant, we should be clear on the business part and our presentation skill, how we gonna present the system to the client, how we gonna give the trainings. So for that, we know that we should know the system, and I'll definitely going to help you out in this. I'll provide the proper documentation of each and every module. I'll provide you uh, you know, any help, any support from my end. I'll definitely do that. So now coming to the system, we'll start with sourcing module. How sourcing, how events are taking place in sourcing, how we negotiate with the supplier. This is how it looks like. Catalog module looks like. It's as simple as any Flipkart or eBay. Like, you just need to add to cart. Once we add this to cart, we have a contract in place for this product, this item. That's the reason we are able to see that. So once we add to cart, it will ask for checkout. Proceed to checkout. See, I added. It will ask for proceed to checkout. Once we check out, it will ask for the business requirement, like where to ship, what is the billing address, what is the ship to address. All these details will it will ask for all these details. Once we done, it will go for requisition and it will go for approval. So we'll see. I just wanted to show you how it looks like, how easy it's to do business on Ariba. Once it is a request is raised and approved, it will send for order. Supplier need to log in into their account, and they need to check whether we have any leads or what, any orders. Once he check with the orders, he'll confirm it from the site, and he'll ship the goods. So this is how. So we'll talk about each and every field in coming sessions. I just wanted to show you, right? Yeah.
Rakesh, actually, this when I got the invite for today's session, it was mentioned it is only for today. So, do you know if we are going to use the same link and at the same time for tomorrow as well?
Which link you are talking about?
The GoToMeeting link that I am using now to see your screen has come in an email, and that email mentioned that this is only for today.
Yeah.
So will it be changing or will it be the same link?
So they'll send, institute people will send another mail for a constant one, I think.
All right.
They'll be sending a mail regarding, because we won't be having sessions on daily basis, depending upon the availability of audience or of my availability. We can schedule it on, if I want to postpone my class for tomorrow, we can discuss it today. So in that case, they'll send everyday meeting. Okay?
Fine, that's okay.
I just wanted to ask one other question. So is it okay to have a 1 hour session on weekdays and a couple of hour session on weekends? Because having session 2 hours for weekdays, it's difficult for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, if
Rakesh,
you can have it on weekends, it will be great also. Because weekdays, I'm running multiple projects. So
Okay.
it's quite difficult.
So what about
Yeah.
other audience? I mean, shall we fix it on weekend only?
Rakesh, I'm Karthik here. I will not be available on Sundays, but it's okay for me on Saturday.
So you won't be available completely on Sundays.
Yeah, yeah. On Saturday, like what time you'll be taking the session generally?
I don't have any constraint on that. I'll be available on Saturday and Sunday. So
Okay, okay. Sunday I will not be available. I have some other work every Sunday.
so we'll do one thing then. Uh,
Huh.
uh, we can have at least 2 weekdays sessions, 1 hour, 1 hour, and on weekends, on Saturdays, we can have 2 or 3 hour sessions.
I think I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
on
I'm also
weekdays.
fine.
Yeah, if you are having any trouble in joining office, we can have a 7 o'clock session also. I don't have any issue.
Okay. And does this link work from our offices? I'm not sure because I work for an MNC. I work for an MNC, so I'm not sure whether this link works because I will be in office. I'm in 11:30 to 8:30 shift.
I think it
Is this
works
work?
in office. I think yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
It's just as simple as Skype or any WebEx sort of thing. GoToMeeting is also the same.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's work. Anyway, I'll confirm with these people, the coordinator, and let you know, or they'll let you know.
Okay.
And Rakesh, do you have something, any documents for us to read before we come to next session? Should it be fine if we just come like this?
I'll do one thing. I'll forward one document to Sai. He'll forward it to you. So
Okay,
for next
great.
session, can we have tomorrow or day after tomorrow?
Tomorrow is fine for me.
Or please, please, can we have it on day after? Because tomorrow is a festival day in here, and I will be in some temples. I'll be
Okay.
going to few temples and for some ceremonies.
Okay.
So today is Wednesday, right? You want me to conduct on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Is it fine with Friday, everybody?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
Rakesh,
Friday, yeah.
Rakesh, can you share these PPTs and the template Excel so that we can go through that?
Template Excel I cannot share because it's a client specific thing. I can definitely forward you the PPTs and document if required. So template is nothing. I mean, you need not to go through that. Is only data collection, right? If you want, I'll show it again, but it's
Okay, okay.
yeah. That's a client specific one. So I'm actually not supposed to show, but I just wanted to, out of your curiosity, I can understand, so I showed it.
No. No.
Yeah. Anything else? So just let me know if you anything else, anything to ask. You can trigger a mail to the institute. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we are good then. Friday 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks all. I'll share the PPT for the next session, and we'll be discussing on sourcing module. Sourcing module in the sense, yeah. Explain about the
Rakesh, one last question. Creating this purchase equation comes in the downstream procurement, right?
creating.
Creating purchase equation comes in the downstream module,
Yes. Yes, downstream.
and so sourcing is in the upstream.
Yes. So let me give you a simple explanation for this. Anything which is regarding to planning phase, where we are not transacting anything, we are not involving into money terms. So that comes into upstream like sourcing, SIPM, SAP in supplier and information management, we just create surveys, we manage our suppliers, right? In SIPM, in contract management, in sourcing, we don't do any transactions of monetary terms. But in downstream, it's everything related to procurement or invoicing. It's everything related to the transaction of money. So that is downstream. Simple. Got my point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So tomorrow or day after tomorrow we'll be discussing about the sourcing part. This part basically. I'm leaving this pen visibility for next session because for going to this session we should know what is sourcing. So we'll covering the sourcing part. Once sourcing is done, we'll go with the spend visibility and contract management. So I'll share the for today's and day after tomorrow's.
Yeah, okay. Day after tomorrow. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we wind up, wrap it up?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so yeah, we can discuss coming sessions. It's good. I mean, I got to share your experience. Thanks a lot for that.
Yeah.
So, hi Karthik, good morning. Are you on call? Karthik.
Hello Rakesh. Very good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So, are you able to see my screen?
Only I can see that SAP Ariba Cloud Solution PPT open.
Yeah. So today we'll start with the sourcing module, which is the beginning module. After spend analysis, we'll go with the sourcing. So we'll start with the sourcing module. What is sourcing? How we use this sourcing in our in every enterprise spend. How we do negotiation. What is sourcing? We'll see both in theoretically and as well as system, so that it will be easy for us to realize what what is sourcing in day-to-day spend. So generally, sourcing start with identifying of any opportunity. Then according to the opportunity, we develop strategy how to source that thing. Once we develop strategy, we go and negotiate with supplier. So how to how negotiating online we'll see in Ariba tool. So once we negotiate with supplier, supplier is finalized. As I said, we'll have contract in place. We'll procure the goods and invoicing and pay, and monitoring and managing. So these are all second part. So we'll see these three parts in our Ariba sourcing module. So mainly we use sourcing module for these three phases: identifying opportunity, which is done by spend visibility, and developing strategy, as well as sourcing and negotiating with supplier. So we'll see all these three phases in coming sessions, coming slides. So this is the basic basic definition of sourcing. In not only in Ariba, you can compare in any day-to-day spending or any enterprise spending, though it's offline or online. Sourcing refers to the process of seeking, evaluating, and selecting with the supplier. So we take information from the supplier, we evaluate that information, we negotiate with them, and after negotiating, we purchase services or goods with the supplier. So this complete process is known as sourcing. So sourcing, some people confuse on sourcing and procurement. Sourcing is not a procurement. Sourcing is not direct procurement. Sourcing is a strategy to select or negotiate with the supplier. That's it. Once the negotiation is done, then it will go for procurement, actual procurement, which is known as operational procurement. So before that, the strategy of selecting supplier is known as sourcing. I think you better note this this definition. I already sent you the PPT, but still. Any doubts in sourcing? I mean, the definition or what it means?
So Rakesh, that means sourcing will cover the creation of the RFI, demand aggregation, um, and awarding
Yes.
in that. Okay.
So in sourcing, we don't have demand aggregation. I mean, that is terminology which is used in SAP. I think MM or SRM, I don't know, but demand aggregation is not there. Here we have RFI, auction, forward auction, RFP. So these all are events where we, collect information from supplier. This might be a competitive collection of information. Information is nothing but the pricing terms, or any certificates if they have, any questions if the buyer have. So collecting of information from the supplier in different ways. Might be competitive collection of suppliers. It might be a non-competitive collection of information. So all these comes into sourcing. I'll show you, because if I show you in the system, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just a comparison between traditional versus Ariba sourcing. So traditional sourcing lacks in network, where we have a huge network, as I said, because when we have a huge network, both buyer and supplier are collaborating on a same network, same platform. It's easy for us to discover new supplier and collaborating with them, as we have supplier registered on network are certified and verified suppliers. So it won't be our headache to verify the supplier physically presence and all. So these legal issues and all will be taken care by network itself. As I said, we have banks with them, Duns and Bradstreets, who is legal verifier of this supplier. So in the same way, we have a different third-party tool integrated. Uh, At the same time, we are collaborating. As I said, we both buyer and supplier collaborate with each other. So transparency is there. When I say both are on same platform, each can communicate with each other without any lack of transparency. And the presence of network is more than 170 countries. So global presence is there. And TCO. We have option called total cost ownership in sourcing. We can create TCO or events where we can calculate the total cost ownership of the product, and we can negotiate on that part. So we have TCO in place. Scoring and grading is also one feature where we grade and rate the suppliers depending upon their response when we create events, RFI, RFP, or auction. So depending upon the response, we can grade the supplier, we can rate the supplier, and depending upon these ratings, we can award as well. So we can create those award scenarios depending upon our requirement. So this is just a comparison, nothing to do with consulting. So this is one important thing. Phases of sourcing. So it will be in two phases. So first phase is gathering initial requirements, like RFP, RFI, RFP are without competitive. When I say competitive and non-competitive, it's nothing but in in non-competitive, there will be no live, no bidding, live auction. Like if supplier 1 is bidding for 100 rupees, supplier 2 has to bid for 99, or supplier 3 has to bid for 98. So that is competitive one. When I say non-competitive, every supplier will give some rate, their rate. So second rate need not to be given, and they need not to compete with other suppliers. So just gathering of information, gathering of pricing terms. So in the initial stage, we'll gather the initial bids or initial information from the supplier. Once it's done, if you feel that okay, I am done, I mean this information is enough for me, I can go with this information and select one supplier and award this. So we can do in the phase 1 itself. If you feel no, I want to go with a competitive bidding, so we can go with this negotiation part with auction, or we can extend the RFP and we can go with the uh, further extension of the negotiation. So this is the phase 2. So we have two phases where we can select initial, at the initial phase only we can select the supplier, or we can go with the second part and go for the actual negotiation or competitive negotiation. So any doubts in this? Shall we move ahead?
Rakesh, RFP is a non-competitive, right? RFP.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Sorry?
RFP is a non-competitive, right?
Hello?
RFP. Hello?
No, RFP is non-competitive.
Okay.
Yes. RFP and RFI are non-competitive.
Then auction is competitive.
So these are the general questions when. Yeah.
That means RFI, RFP is non-competitive because the suppliers don't bid against the other suppliers, right? However, what is competitive?
Competitive is auction. I mean, have you ever been to any auction, offline auction? Like people sit together in the same room and they bid one after one, and once the lowest bid gets selected, it is awarded to that. So that is auction. So generally we see forward auction in any any movies and all, we see forward auction, but generally reverse auction, there is two auction, reverse auction and forward auction. So are we clear on reverse auction and forward auction, and you want me to give any example?
Rakesh, can you tell about reverse auction?
Yeah. So simple funda, when you want to buy anything, we'll go with the reverse auction, because where we ask supplier to decrease the rate, we negotiate with them, right? At the same time, if you want to sell anything, we will go with the forward auction, where we want supplier to increase the rate or buyer to increase the rate, right? So simple funda. Reverse auction when you want to buy anything, forward auction when you want to sell anything. Is that clear?
I don't understand why we want to sell. Buyers just want to procure, right? Why we want to sell?
No. Buyers will have, see, for suppose in many companies there will be, for suppose I am taking a rough example of sugar factory, right? So in sugar factory there will be so many side products. I mean, once the manufacturing is completed, there will be so many side products where people, I mean, by selling those waste product like waste of the sugar cane or chemicals, they can earn so much of earnings. So here companies also ask for forward auction in buyers also, in buyer case. So they use,
Yeah,
companies use forward auction.
yeah, just another example, maybe it's very layman example for all of
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
I work for a company which is a, I work for a company which does the power management. Okay.
Okay.
For power management, they have a lot of trucks and everything, but the trucks have to be sold out at a certain time. So when they want to sell the trucks, they go for forward auction. Because the trucks actually, they did procure trucks, but they used it for 5 years, 10 years. Now they want to buy another one because the generator become bigger, they want to load a heavy, they want to have a heavy machine. So they want to sell the old one. For selling, they go for forward auction. Similarly,
Exactly.
I saw in some of the Indian IT companies, they sell the laptops. So they do buy, which is a reverse auction. The forward auction is where they sell.
So Karthik, are you clear?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, thanks Rakesh. Thanks KP.
Yeah. So moving on. So these are some questions, generally is any sourcing administrator or sourcing manager should have before creating any sourcing project. So these are all out of what we experience we give. So I think you can go ahead and read. If you have any doubt, let me know. So these are general questions. If you go for any enterprise spend or enterprise sourcing, generally these questions should come into mind. So, so any savings can be achieved with this project or not, or how much information do we have regarding the material, regarding the product we're going to buy. Shall we move ahead?
Yes, Rakesh.
So we have two types of sourcing in Ariba. One is tactical sourcing, one is strategic sourcing. So tactical sourcing is something where which is very short term sourcing, where we'll go with, okay, I have a specific requirement, I know what to buy, I know when to buy, I know from whom to buy. So I have a clear vision and know I know the clear vision, so I'll go with this tactical sourcing and finish it up, in short time. But when we come to strategic sourcing, it's something which is, a strategic long term, where we don't have a clear idea where to lead the procurement team, or what goods need to be by when and with whom. So there we go with the strategic sourcing. So which is holistic and comprehensive with a long-term idea. It's not a short-term sourcing project. It will be a long-term. So these are the difference between strategic sourcing and tactical sourcing. So any doubts in this, strategic and tactical? Where, when,
Yeah,
examples?
Rakesh, Rakesh, okay, tactical sourcing means it's reactive sourcing. That's what I read. That means on a demand arising, and being that very desperate, then I go for tactical sourcing. That means I also need to know
Yes.
who is the supplier, right? But if I know who is the supplier, I can directly I can go and do a direct nego type of thing, and I can create a contract or PO, right? That is not good.
See, yeah, it's not like we should know the supplier, but it's not like we have to buy from that supplier only. We can also drill down and we can create event. We can negotiate with suppliers which we have incumbent with the incumbent suppliers, or to know the market value. If you want to go directly, go and create if contract is in place, direct go and create the requisition, create the PO. But in some scenarios we have the suppliers, we know the product, but just to check whether what is the market now, because it may be chances that we procured the goods previously past 4 years back, and now the market rate might be changed. We don't know the rates and all. So in that case we can go and create an event for RFI or RFP. If you are satisfied with the RFP, with the information pricing terms, we can go ahead and create contract for that, or create PO for that. If not, we'll go for auction. We'll go for bidding with a limited supplier, or with a number of suppliers. So I mean, tactical sourcing is something which is short term. And yeah, as you said, I have a requirement, ad hoc requirement for a product. So we'll go for tactical sourcing. We won't think like, okay, I want to have a strategic spend for this, or I should have strategy for this spend. So in that case, we can go for tactical sourcing. I hope I answered.
Do we have this classification in the Ariba tool itself between strategic and tactical? Is there any differentiation in the tool?
Sorry, I mean, I didn't get you.
Is there any differentiation that I can make by looking at a sourcing event in Ariba? Can I look at an Ariba event? Ariba sourcing project.
Actually, we have full project and quick project. Have you heard about that?
No. Okay.
So we have.
I remember now.
Yeah. So we have full project and quick project. We differentiate whether it's strategic sourcing project or tactical sourcing project. Though it have no relation with this one, but it specifies tactical sourcing and strategic sourcing. I'll show you. In full project, we'll have complete project management skills and tasks associated with documents. But in quick project, quick event, just having gathering the information done, should. So that's so this is the thing I was talking about, full project and a quick project. So yeah, another main thing, template. A template is a set of rules and regulation. We can in the initial stage of creating event, we can have a template where we can have a set of rules and regulation. It is a blueprint of any project. For suppose, it's a template is a generic term, right? So where we can use for any project to have a set of rules and regulation, and use this template as a blueprint for that project. So template is again a different session. I'll explain, because designing template and what is the use of the template is a different thing. I'll explain you in coming session. For now, just remember, for any project we need to have one template in place. By extending that template, we can create any project, though it's a full project or a quick project, right? So full project is nothing but strategic sourcing, where we have a long-term vision. We have a strategic process in place. We have project management process in place. So and quick project, which is contains only event, though it's RFI, RFP or auction. In full project, we can create n number of events like RFI, RFP, or auction. So I'll do better one thing. I'll do one thing. For today's session, we'll go with the quick project. What is quick project? We'll run a complete cycle. How it looks like, I'll show, right? Any doubts in this?
Because I think when we see it, we may have some very
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, Rakesh, one doubt you are telling for any project we should have a template. You mean like for so there's a particular template and we just extend it to create a full project or a quick project, is it? We just
Yes.
extend it, add
Yes.
something into it. Okay.
Yes. So when I say extend it, I mean when I say template, we'll have out of the box templates. Out of the box in the sense, Ariba gives best practice templates. 8 templates it will give, 7 or 8 templates. So we can extend from those. If you want to customize your requirement, if you want to add something, we can design our own templates and we can use them while creating the project. So are we clear?
Yes. Yes, yes. Thanks.
Yeah. So we'll see with the quick project for today's session. If time allows, we'll run a complete cycle. Otherwise, we'll see how quick project is created. Uh, while creating of quick any project, sourcing project, we can create from here or we can create from here as well. So as I am an administrator, I'm getting all these roles. Otherwise, generally, whatever roles are assigned to you, only those workspace you can create. Otherwise, you won't be able to see all these. So I am creating one sourcing project. I don't know why it's taking much time at home. Generally, it won't take this much of time. So yeah, this is the quick projects. Sourcing project header information details where we give only header information. So here I'm giving some name X. I'll explain each and every field. So here we need to specify whether it's a quick project or a full project. So I'm taking a quick project. So we see every field will have some or the other capabilities. When you see copy from the project, it specifies that if we have any project earlier, if we have done the same project earlier, we can copy from the project and we can change any details, any requirements in this. We cannot change the type of the project or type of the event. We can change like spend or line items in that project. So we can copy from any project if we have same project in place. So I'm not copying, it's a fresh project. Now let's go with RFI or RFP. Anything for auction, forward auction. So these 4 types of auctions events we have, all these are events. So I'm going with RFP. The best thing in Ariba, you need not to worry on UI side, end user need not to worry on UI side. For every step we have tips, and for every we have help documentation here. we can go with the help documentation. Otherwise, for every field, it will show you this, where we can, go ahead and quickly see what is the type of the field or what is the information provided by the field. So this is how, we can check the information. Yes, this is a test project. So difference between test project and whether it's a test project or not. So when we go with the test project, it's a dummy or a dry run, we can say. Before going to the actual project, we can have a dry run, and we can have same project event running in a demo prospect. At the same time, we can have actual project to be done. So we can specify whether it's a test project or not.
That means I can create a test project first, and then I can copy it into the actual project where I will invite the actual supplier.
Exactly, we can do that. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, we can do that.
Is there any other use cases of this test project, Rakesh?
Come again, Karthik. Hello.
Hello, is there any other use cases? Because maybe the example I gave was it's not very business friendly example. Do you have any other business friendly case where business first creates a test project and later converts into the full project?
The reason for test project is, generally what happens, all the suppliers are not well educated, or just to have a demo, at the actual project, not to have messes, any mess, companies just go with a dry run first. Once it's successful and on actual date, they go with the actual project. So just to have a demo sort of thing.
Okay.
So that is a main, prior reason for creating test project. And after once a test project is created, we can copy. That is secondary reason. We can copy that.
Okay. And when I say copy from project, will I be allowed only to copy from my own projects, or can I also copy across company?
Enterprise-wise.
Enterprise, okay.
Yes. So origin Ariba sourcing. That means here in demo, this is a SAP demo site, so it's giving only Ariba sourcing. So generally what happens, if we have integrated Ariba with any third party or any ERP, so it will give the origin from where it's creating. For suppose if we are creating from ERP as a RFQ and sending it to the Ariba sourcing, then it will give us ECC or ERP. So it will specify the origin of the project.
Rakesh, right now, in SAP's innovation, they do integrate the RFQ to SAP Ariba sourcing.
RFC or
integrate right now? Okay, RFQ, request for not
quotation.
PR, the quotation, the purchase requisition.
Yeah.
I feel like I read somewhere some time ago that was the innovation or roadmap.
Yeah. So RFQ is integrated with Ariba. RFQ can be integrated. So what happens? PR, first PR is created. Once PR is, created, we go with the RFQ, create RFQ in the ECC itself, and we have integration in place through PI. So once RFQ is created, it will be sent to Ariba and comes as a sourcing request. So after sourcing request, it will take the information, basic information from ECC and send the same information to Ariba, and RFQ is converted as sourcing request, and sourcing request is converted as sourcing project. Then it will completely, project will take place, event will take place. Once the event is completed, it will go, I mean, awarded to the supplier, and this awarding information will be again sent back to ECC, and PO is generated. Like we can send as a PO from Ariba as a PO to ECC, or as a outline agreement to ECC. So both options are there. Am I rushing? I mean, the rate of speech
No,
is
no,
okay,
no.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good information. If we have any flow diagram or maybe some link to show up, that
Yeah,
would be great,
I
and we
have.
can really visualize it.
I'll definitely show. You want me to show it right now or in coming session? Because I gonna explain about integration, right? So in that it will be helpful.
Fine, fine, fine. That's okay. You can do it in the coming up sessions, no problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll do that.
definitely.
So now coming to region. So these are all, you know, very high level header information which will be helping us in reporting purpose. So it's not mandatory to have this all information, but if you do all the information, it will be good for reporting purpose. From which region I procured what, from which department I procured what. So uh, sorry. What was that?
The region is the region from where you are creating this sourcing project, or is it the region in which you want to invite the suppliers?
See, your voice is getting, you know, I'm getting echo voice of yours.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, yes, it's good.
Okay. The regions, the field regions, does it represent the region in which you are creating the sourcing event, a sourcing project, or is it the region in which you want to invite the suppliers?
No. The region is where I gonna, you know, ship to sort of thing. It's not
Or this is a
suppliers
ship
only.
to region?
Yeah, ship to region where the goods need to be shipped. You got my point? We can
Yeah.
have multiple regions over here.
Okay.
We can add multiple regions over here. So suppliers, we can invite suppliers globally, but here just to have information. I mean, it's not mandatory to have this information, because anyhow we gonna, you know, mention that in our requirement, or while creating PO, anyhow it will be mentioned, because this is not a PO, this is just a negotiating, you know, with the supplier. I want this much of commodity to of this quantity. So once the supplier is negotiated and negotiation of supplier is done, quantity is finalized, we'll have contract or PO in place. So this is no way related with, you know, ship to address, just to have information for reporting purpose.
Okay.
So this field is again an important field where, you know, predecessor project is something where what is the last project which is led to this project. For suppose I bought laptops. I created one project called laptops. So I have done with the project. I procured laptops. Now I have to buy bags for those laptops. Now my predecessor project will be laptop project for this bag project. Got my point?
Yeah.
Yeah. Karthik, are we going good, or you want me to go in a different manner?
Nothing. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And the last point you told, I didn't get you. First we create a project for 100 laptops and now we want some bags for those laptops. So what we do now?
So, I mean, predecessor project is a field where we specify, like, any last project will lead me to, create this project. Like, as I said, I am procuring 100 laptops. Now to carry those 100 laptops, I have to create 100 bags, right? So my predecessor project is laptop project. Just to information, just for information purpose. Here we can see the previous project in your process that lead to creation of this project. So as simple as that.
Okay, okay. Thanks, sir.
Yeah. So we have these fields like who is owner, what is the currency, commodity. You can specify the commodity over here, or we can go with the commodity. Sorry. So yeah, so these are all the fields we have. Commodity, I'll go with the laptops. This is the material master, which is, we can uh, synchronize with the ECC or any third party. So any material master updated in ECC, if we have integration in place, it will be automatically synchronized over here. So that we can do.
Rakesh, the integration we will be covering as a separate item.
Yeah, I'll do that. But as a functional consultant, I can give only high level of integration aspects, like what need to be done, how it is done, but I cannot give complete system training. I mean, I cannot show you in the system.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll cover the what is the main things need to be covered while doing integration. I can give you flow chart diagram, or yeah, flow chart diagram I can give. That's more than enough, I think, for a functional consultant, because
Yeah, yeah.
end of the day, integration part is taken care by PI or any middleware consultants. Integration technical consultants will be there. So as a
As long
lead
as you
or
know
as a
the
manager,
capability is okay.
yes, I'll show that. So I'm taking, not getting any computer. So I'm taking any one, I mean, depending. So I'm selecting commodity from here. This is also for information purpose only. This is not actual line item. This is in category wise we can do that. How many months of contract effective date, I'm taking next month. So for these we should have strategy, or so we should know what is our contract date, effective date, what would be the contract month. So all this we should know. When we know, then only we can go with and create easily. So
The
any
contract
external
effective date is the date. The contract effective date is the date in which we plan to award the tender.
no, not award. See, contract effective date is the date where we start requisition. We start requisition. We start creating POs for that product generally.
Okay. Okay. This is just a tentative information.
Awarding we can do once event is created, once the response is, we got the response, we can do awarding as soon as we got the response and evaluating, we can award that. But contract effective date is something which is, we should have contract in place, should be signed. So it's just information purpose, that's it. I mean, it's not that it's not a detailed one, or it's not mandatory to have the contract from this date itself.
Okay.
So, okay, now comes the template. So here we come that here we have templates in place. So as it's a demo site, and every consultant, like every partner consultant who are associated with Ariba will have these hands-on with this system. So everyone creates their own templates and publish those. So we'll go with the out of the box template. Let's see, let me check whether it's there or not. So all these are customized templates. Depending upon their requirement, we can create or customize template. But for system which is our own, like enterprise who got it, they'll have only eight templates out of the box. If they want to customize, they can do, or they'll generally ask for implementation partners to help them in designing the template. Which is not a big deal. It's a UI thing only. We just need to have business process in place. We can do that. So I'm going with the template that's not out of the box, but it's very hard to search template in demo site. I'm going with a template. Again, I'm saying we'll have a different, we'll plan different session for template designing and template extending. So now comes the actual project event. So that all that last page was just a header information where everything was not mandatory. Here we need to specify the rules. So we have different tabs. First comes the rules tab, how the event should taken place. So okay, as soon as I click publish, it should be published. The event should be published, and the notification should be sent to the suppliers. So this is one option. I checked it. Now due date, when how much time should it be running? Half an hour. The event should be of half an hour or 1 hour. I'm taking it as 20 minutes. Estimated award date, that the same thing. If you want to give, we can give. I have given 15.
Rakesh, I
So
don't
any
Due date. What is due date? Duration.
due date is when we are creating the event, right? When it should for how much time it should be running. Like event, as I said, auction is, or RFP is something which is supplier has to respond, right? So for how much time they can respond, for 20 minutes or for half an hour, for 1 day, for 2 days, the response of the suppliers, this is that duration.
So is it like once they receive, just before 20, only they have 20 minutes to respond, is it?
Once they receive, we can fix the time, like, yeah, they have 20 minutes to respond. It's not mandatory. We can have hours, we can have in days.
Okay.
So I'm just as a demo project, I'm giving us 20 minutes.
Okay.
Once 20 minutes is done, event will be closed. Nobody can give their response after 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So are we clear on that?
Yeah.
So now we have bidding rule on responses of the supplier. How they can supply, how they can give us response. So when I say no here, so as this is a RFP event, they can only once supply the they can once only submit the response. After that, they cannot be able to change that response. As I said, it's a RFP. It's not a competitive one, right? Where supplier has to give their response only once. So when I say no here, their supplier cannot change their response, right? If I say yes, supplier can change the response for once. I mean, they can, if once is submitted, if he thinks that okay, let me decrease my amount a little bit, he can do that. So this is one option, whether to change or not. Any questions on this?
No, no.
Now comes the market feedback. How market, I mean, how suppliers should see the information on the bid console. So if we enable starting gate for each lot is nothing but bundle of line items. Are we clear? Lot is a bundle of line items. For suppose we have 10 line items, we can lot them into one bundle. So we can have n number of lots in a single event. So when I say enable starting gate for each lot, so supplier can see the market information. Market information means this is for when, excuse me. Okay, so this is when supplier is responding for the first time. He can go with the whether buyer is enabling the starting gate or not. Depending upon this option, we can specify whether supplier can see the information or not.
I didn't get Rakesh.
Any doubts in this? Am I clear or not?
No, sorry, Rakesh. No, I
Rakesh, even I.
Okay, let me show this
Mind
in.
saying that again?
Yeah, I'll do that. I know I was not clear. So I'll do that. I'll do one thing. I'll show this in one screen. First of all, I mean, remember this. I'll show this in screen. So market information is nothing but whether what is the initial price of the commodity, or how many suppliers are invited for the event, or what is the supplier, what is the other supplier giving, what is the bid other supplier is giving. So all these comes into market information. I mean, one bid console. Let me repeat. Who all are invited for the event, and what is the bid given by the other suppliers, what is the initial price, or what is the historic price of that commodity which is given for the event. So all these comes in the market information. Now, so this field enables you to see whether, I mean, enable suppliers to see whether the market information, like I'll explain about these fields. Do not enable a starting gate. That means supplier won't be able to see any of these information, any of the market information. That is, who are the suppliers, who will be participating, right? Enable starting gate for each lot, where once the supplier gives the initial bid, then only he can see whether the suppliers, who all are the suppliers who have submitted. So enable starting gate once the entire event is done. So after completion of the event, after buyer selects or buyer completes the event, then only he can able to see the market information. So any doubts in these fields, or you want me to repeat it? No worries, ask me, I'll repeat it. Hello.
Yes, sir, I'm trying to confuse. But please, do you want to say that one more time, please?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. So RFP is non-competitive one. So where we have a market, where we have suppliers who all are who all are bidding for that supply for that commodity, who all are giving their response for that commodity. So I'm telling the market information. What all are there in market information? Number of suppliers who all are giving their response. So what is the initial price of the material or line item we selected, or what is the historic price? So these are all attributes. Not only this, we have so many things in market information. Now, buyer can decide whether all this information is accessible to supplier or not. This is very important for actual business, for enterprise. Whether I should give this information to the supplier or not, he can decide with these three fields. When I say do not enable, yeah.
Okay, okay. That means if I say do not enable a starting gate, that would mean when the supplier is creating a response to my RFP or RFI, he will not see any market information. Example of market information is the current market price of that particular commodity.
Not current market price. Supplier the supplier who have bid or who is invited for that event and have bid any response, or who all are the suppliers invited for this event, or what is the historic price of the commodity. Historic price in the sense the price which I bought it, the company has bought it previously, or what is the initial price of this commodity, company has fixed. So those all the market information.
Can we see this? Can we see this in the system at the time of response? Maybe right now I just did it like this. Is it okay?
No, we can see, but that is on supplier side, right? So I'm
when we reach the supplier side, can we see that?
Okay, I'll show that.
Right now we are. Yeah. Okay.
I'll show that. Just a moment.
Rakesh, one small question
So
here.
we'll do one thing otherwise. Kasi. We'll set up all the rules, and running event we can do in coming session. Is that okay? Because I think we are getting.
Okay.
Is it fine?
Sure.
Yeah, Karthik, you're saying something. No, Karthik.
Rakesh, yeah. Actually, suppose we are sending this RFP for 5 suppliers, and 5 suppliers have responded with different prices. So some fifth supplier can see all this information. Is it you mean?
Now you got the right point. Actually, this is the example I wanted to give. So yeah, 5 supplier given their response, right? So yeah, if I say enable starting gate for each lot, so once the supplier gives his initial price for one lot, then only he'll be able to see the other supplier's response. So he has to give initial price, then only he can be able to see. Enable starting gate for entire event. So for entire event, I can give one bid for entire event, and supplier as a supplier, and I can see complete information, market information of the all suppliers or the event. So when I say do not able,
I think
you got it, right?
Yeah. I think I got it, but somehow it's
I'll
this
show
is
you in the
not,
system.
I don't know, but this is something very dangerous. No? Meaning to say, me as a supplier, if I am allowed to see what, for example, you wanted to buy one lot of whatever, right? And another lot of another item, another commodity, two different line items. If you as a buyer have enabled the starting date for each lot, after I enter the price, I will be able to see what was the price of the other supplier.
Yes.
But
So
that is
there is
dangerous. I mean,
So, I mean, in this case, what happens, just like, okay, other supplier gave 100 rupees. Okay, there might be chances they'll award these to others. So I'll do one thing, I'll give 98 rupees as my, that's the reason we have can participant create alternative response. So they can give only once, it's not a competitive one. So again, this is something, comes with business rule. We can also hide these. If you don't want to see any market feedback, we can hide this from the template level. So this is something which comes from the template.
okay, I got it. So that means this is the only option for both how participants view information and can owner see the response. Oh, that's a different thing. Okay.
We will have so much market information. I mean, here as it's a template derived project, we are only able to see these two fields. Otherwise, there will be so many fields. I'll show you in next event. I mean, when we create auction, there we have so many market feedback information because it's a competitive one. There you'll make much sense. I mean, these fields will make much sense. I'll explain you about each field when we create auction, right? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
So excuse me for a moment. I'll be back. Just a moment. So yeah, this is one timing rules tab. Now going to the team tab. So ruling part is very important, where uh, we can decide how the event phase should be. So now we can add whatever procurement team is responsible for this project, we can add those. We can add groups also where we have different, so I can add people to this project monitor. I mean, who all are responsible for this. So like that. From this we can add. So any doubts in team members? Team members, nothing, who all are responsible for that project, we can add those team members, right? So now coming to the suppliers, how we can invite suppliers, who all will be participating in this event. So inviting supplier, we have three types. One, we can invite the supplier who all are existing in our system, in our ECC system or in our Ariba system. So for suppose I'm giving, so this is a dummy supplier we have. So yeah, this is the one type of inviting the supplier where we our system have the supplier. We can just go and select the supplier and invite them. Second, next one in I don't have any supplier in my system. I have only information that okay, this supplier provides this material, but he is not incumbent supplier. He is new to the market. So I can from here I can create new participant. As soon as I create new participant, we have to fill the basic information like phone number, user ID, name, phone number, email ID, and if we have information about the company, and these two are mandatory. Once this information is filled and sent, as soon as you click OK, it will be sent to the new the prospect supplier. So he'll be getting notification stating that the buyer organization, for suppose XYZ is a buyer organization, has invited you for so and so event. You can reply back or you can respond back. So he has to first register himself. He'll get a link. He has to click on that. He has to fill the basic information like this information, what is the company address and all, what is the commodity they deal with, what is the ship to location. So basic information they have to fill from supplier end. Once they are done, just have to click on OK. So they will be registered on Ariba network. So it's not that for only this event, they will be registered for lifelong. I mean, they can do any business from then onwards. So this is the another way of inviting suppliers. So any doubts in second process of inviting suppliers?
Rakesh, one small doubt here. Inviting another supplier who are not in the system. So it's like I by television or by online, I came to know there is one supplier who is providing so and so commodity. So I just is not in our system. So we need to just get the details from that online site and we fill here. Is it like that or any other process? Okay.
Same. We should have the basic information like phone number, email ID, company name, point of contact. So all these are basic information anyhow we'll be getting from any source. So once we have those information, we'll just send that to the participant or supplier. They'll respond back. They'll be onboarded on a network. We can do transaction or we can do this event response, bidding response. Is that clear?
Yes, Rakesh. Thank you.
Rakesh,
Okay.
Rakesh,
Yeah.
can you quickly switch back just for a few seconds to team, the team link? The first was rules, which is where you had a timing rules, market demand, what is it? And another one is bidding rules. And team is where you added the project and the sourcing project members, right? You just mentioned only the project
we can
owner.
have a team member. Remember how many team we can have.
Okay.
We
So
have multiple
these
teams.
roles, for example, Pradeep Chowdhury, he is a user in this company. However, his authorization for this user could be just a requisitioner. but you still can be a project owner for this particular project.
Depending upon the business
For example,
enterprise.
yeah, I got it. I mean, I understand from business perspective. For example, we all three, me, yourself, and Karthik, belong to the same company. Let's say that. In this environment, let's say I am just a requisitioner, okay, because I'm just normal employee,
Yes.
and you are I don't know, you are a purchasing agent, let's say that, and Karthik is finance person or legal person, let's say.
Yes.
We are, obviously, I will be the project owner, but my authorization, right now only I am allowed to create a purchase requisition in the Ariba system. But since it is my requisition, which is going to convert into sourcing, for this sourcing project, I can be a project owner.
Yes. Yes.
But though you are a purchasing agent, you can be just a project monitor, like what is that?
Monitor or approver if required. Approver can be one user.
Yeah, and from legal perspective, Karthik can be an approval which we can add a new group.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And these groups can also be customized, is it?
Yeah, we can have our own groups, like, Ariba gives some groups, standard groups. We can have our own groups, we can create groups, we can add people to that group. It's like that.
Okay. But those are all specific only to this particular sourcing event.
No, they will be created in the system.
Oh, okay. So whoever wants it, they can use it. Okay, got it. And from supplier, you added a supplier in.
We can do one thing.
Also told us.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Here you also told us how to create or how to invite a supplier who is still not in Ariba solution through the Ariba supplier discount.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, actually there is some event in my office here, so there is a lot of noise, and I did not hear for the last few minutes. That's why I just recapped everything. Thanks.
Okay. So inviting of supplier, we have three types. One, already the suppliers who are already in our system, Ariba system. This is the supplier who is already in my system. Next is the supplier who is not in the system, but we know the information, we know basic information, like this supplier caters the material which we want or to the location which we want, and we know the information like phone number, email ID, basic company name. So basic information is will do. So we can invite them also with creating new participant. So that is one second one. I mean, the second way of inviting supplier. Now the third one is create supplier research posting. So when we create supplier research posting, it will go to network. This requirement will go to network. Once any suppliers reaching, I mean, we can drill down. I'll show you. So in network, what happens? We give our requirement where supplier will if supplier is appropriate supplier, depending upon the requirement, supplier will respond back. Again the same process. The event starts and here like this. Product, which type of product you are handling with computer, it's already came, right? We selected this one, right, at the beginning, if you remember, computer program instruction. We can give the ship to location where it need to be shipped, the amount, range, contract month. It's already taken, contract month. Response deadline also already taken. So we can drill down and we can give the information. Depending upon this information, supplier will respond back to us. So these we are posting on network, discovery network. So once we post it, publish it, it will, I mean, supplier will respond back and we can, start the event. So any doubts in inviting suppliers? How we invite suppliers? How we can?
Rakesh, one doubt here, creating
Yeah,
creating a
go ahead,
supplier
go ahead.
such posting. Like suppose on our network there are some 1,000 suppliers assume. So this request will be going for 1,000 suppliers.
This will go to the supplier who is not only 1,000. It can go to million suppliers. But the
Oh.
reason, I mean, the scenario should be uh, is that supplier is meeting our requirement or not. That should be the scenario. It will go to every supplier who is meeting that criteria.
Which
But
we have filled
even
in which we have filled in that form, like community code. Which this community code is available with which supply.
community
So
code,
what to all
to
those.
location, yeah, ship to location. So everything should be matched, and it will send to 1,000 as you said. But the event participation will be done who are responded back. Once the supplier responds back, they'll be registered here. They'll be coming here. Then only they can participate. Right? Oh, what happened to this? Oh. So I think there is a mess with the template. Everything is going, some or the other way. So generally what happens, this is the content tab. These two are the main tabs for this event. Setting up rules, setting of team members who all are team, now inviting supplier who will be responsible for that event. Now content, where we'll add, line items here, or lot, we can bundle it into lot, line items. We can have questions if we have any questions to the supplier. If we can give our requirement, so and so is my requirement, okay, I want laptops, this should be the configuration, this should be the color of the laptop, and this excuse me. So we can give our requirement if any. So we can load content from our master data if we have any content from library. Library in the sense we can have sourcing library from where we can load directly. And we also have one option called DFS, desktop file synchronization. I mean, make note of it because it's an important feature we have. DFS means if we are working on this project and we are running out of the network, so we can download the content, we can have we can fill it in offline through desktop, we can synchronize the desktop file using this DFS option. So any file in desktop on your local machine can be synchronized with this DFS option. But the clause is that should be in the same format.
Okay, that means we have to first download it, and then we need to have the DFS option enabled, download it, and then no internet connectivity, update the file, and then
offline.
Okay, and then just say import content and then okay. I have one question. Actually, when you want to add the line items, I thought there are options like add direct line items, which is something like a free text, I believe, and then add questions. I think this is for scoring, so requirement content from item master data. When we say item master data, is it also the services or is it only the material?
If company master data contains services, we can select from services as well.
Oh, okay. So independent of whether it is material or services. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And so this is the same place where all the line items are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's irrespective of services or material commodity. It goes with this sourcing event goes with both service and master material. So yeah, you are saying something?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that means this is the same place where I add all my line items. And also, if I have some questions, like usually there are loads of compliance questions that we ask suppliers to answer, you see. So all the questions also go under the same place, under the same area, same content.
Yes.
But then there are some questions which are specific to individual line items. You know, for example, there may be some questions like, do you do transportation? Do you transport this material? And this question will only be applicable for a particular transformer, which is 5 or 6 tons in weight. So how do I attach the questions to a particular line item?
Yes, no. So we can add questions. I mean, in the description, if you want, we can have a line item. In every line item, we will have description. So in that, we can mention. Otherwise, in question tab, we can have different questions. So we can create one section. Like here, we have. We can create section. In that section, so this is line item. How we add line item, and I'll answer to your question after this. So we can create line item from here. So we can mention here that question if we want. So that is not the best practice. Here it should be the description of the laptop. If you want, you can give the configuration. So we can select from here commodity, which commodity you want to deal with. So here also we can specify whether this commodity is visible to, I mean this drill down commodity should be visible to supplier or not. So when I say drill down commodity line item, so up to now we are only using the category, laptop category. Now drilling down to what is exact. So once he access the gate, I mean he accept the event, then only he will be able to. Otherwise he can. Otherwise we can set like, okay, yes, visible to participant. So as soon as it send to publishes or send notification is sent to participant, he can see. If you want to restrict him, we can restrict. So generally it is yes. I mean once the notification is sent, he can see, he can access the line items. So you can make it mandatory that if I have 10 line items and I want to make this line item to be mandatorily responded. So I want every supplier to respond on this line item. So we can do yes. Otherwise, you can do no. So unit or extended bidding. Extended bidding and unit bidding is something where unit bidding, the supplier will bid on each unit, each quantity, and extended bidding is supplier will bid on all the units, all the quantity. So this is something where we can add some calculation or matriculation to negotiate with the supplier. Okay, I'm doing on the quantity based we can negotiate. So this is again a business requirement. This comes with that coming through the template. So business requirement made them to create this one. So as I said, on quantity based, I am taking 100. What would be the extended price? I mean, initial extended price for suppose 100. So this is my initial price. From here, my bidding starts.
And the suppliers will, I know this US dollars came from your initial stage where you set the currency as US dollars. So suppliers will have to bid on the US dollars only, right? They cannot bid against some other currency.
Yes, yes. We have an option called conversion currency conversion rates. So it's not, I mean, I'll show you, you make it down, I mean, make note of it, currency conversion, where, you know, if supplier are from different locale, so they can have currency conversion rates where we specify the currency conversion rates. I showed you in the template also, right? Data collection template.
Yeah.
So we can specify and
workbook.
Supplier can bid on their own currency. It will be converted into USD and come as our USD rates. So that option is there.
Okay.
So in this template we don't have that option. Otherwise we can have that option as well. I think next time I'll make my, I have my own template. Not get time to check with that. So next time I'll select my own template and we'll go with that template. We'll have a better clarity, better direction. So yes. So this is one I selected, done. I selected one line item. Of 10 line, more than multiple line item. For multiple line item, we can create one lot. Now your question part. We can have direct question from here. See what are the options for answering the question. How the supplier can answer the question.
Sorry, sir, how did you come in this place?
Yeah. From here, I'm selecting question.
Okay.
So I have one question I'm writing. So a rough question. So this question is a prerequisite question to continue with the event. If I say no, then it's okay. That supplier is not answering to this question. That's okay. But when I say yes and no restriction, so he can answer the question, but it's not mandatory that he should have some restriction like string value or this should be from this or this should be the answer. So yeah, but answering is mandatory. Whatever the answer is, but answering should be mandatory. So when I say access yes with an access get on the event content, means the answer decides whether he is eligible for participating the event or not. Clear?
Clear.
See, yeah. So when this, when I select this option, the event information is sent to supplier. He has to answer now the question. So I am expecting okay, configuration. I am expecting 500 GB hard disk and whatever the configuration is. But he is answering different one. So I can restrict him from accessing the event, from participating the event. So that's how we can do. So depending upon the response, he can restrict them from submitting the response also. So submitting response and accessing event is both different. Any doubts in this? Accessing the event is seeing the information, event information, but submitting the response is he can be able to submit his response. Though he is able to see the event information, but he won't be able to submit the response. So this is the difference between Yeah. So now moving on, owner must review response before participant can continue event. Yes, no, we can specify. So all these are type of answers, or what is the type of answer the supplier has to be submitting. So answer type single text, text with single line, or text with limited lines, multiple lines. If we are asking about price, we can have like a whole number or decimal number, date. If we are asking about date, what is the ship to date, we can have the money terms. If you want to answer, if you want supplier to answer in yes or no, we can have this also. If you want answer with an attachment like certificate or any attachment, we can give address format, percentage, quality. So this all are separated answer types. Which type of answer supported? I think this is clear, right? The data types of
Yeah,
the
this is
answer
clear.
type.
But this question so far we have not attached to any line item yet.
No, this is generic question. So if you want to
Okay.
go with, yeah, this is generic question. If you want to go with that, attaching the line item with the question, we can do one thing. This is clear, right? This is type of question and visible to participant. These are all, yeah. So in that case, what we can do is we can create one section. We can create one section. In the same section, we can add both this line item and that question. So and we can specify that. Okay. Yeah. So in that section, so then how it looks like under one section one, we have two subsections. One is line item, one is question. So we can have that. But attaching is typically what you are asking is, typically it's not possible, but yeah, we have workaround for that.
Okay.
So this is about, content. Content is, one of the key role, plays the key role while event, because we have everything to do with the content, because line item we can add requirement questions if we have. If it's a sourcing event, we can have even scoring and grading to the supplier. We can have surrogate bidding. So we'll discuss everything. I'll forward you one document which explains about the complete event management, how you're gonna create an event, how you're gonna manage those events. So I'll send you that document. I'll ask Sai to forward you.
Okay. Teacher, just to let you know, actually this, if I'm not letting you know, just ask you, event and project are same, is it?
Event and?
Project. Sourcing event and sourcing project, they both are same.
So event is a subset of project. You can say event is a subset of project.
Okay, what else will be there in a project apart from event?
So if you take full project, we'll have different capabilities, different types of capabilities. Like we can have a task assigned, we can have different types of tasks, we can have documents, we can have approval flows if required. I mean, approval for publish or approval for creating the event. So in project we'll have event.
So the one that we just created. No, actually it's not clear. The one that we have created just now, it's a quick project, so it doesn't have all the tasks and everything.
No, a quick project won't have every task. So in quick project, it's only event, nothing else.
Okay, got it.
So maybe that's the reason confused and you're saying that, yeah, might be project is all about event. So it's a quick project. That's the reason we don't have any, such capabilities. When we go with the full project, you'll get a better idea.
So,
Okay,
Rakesh,
Yeah, yeah,
Rakesh,
Karthik.
the RFP, RFI, auction, reverse auction, these are the different events for a project, is it?
Yes, yes.
So, okay. And what you have done, I just want to know, like first we have created a project with header information item, and then we just selected a template with rules and content. That's it, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So this is what
that means,
RFP
sorry, I'm just
event.
I'm just adding up one more question actually. So basically,
Yeah.
I can create one full project. In that project, I can have an RFI first, and once I get response in the same project, I can create RFP also. Is it correct?
Yes, yes, you're going right.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
So in one full project, we can create n number of events, like n number of RFIs, RFPs, and auctions.
Okay, okay.
Not only one RFP or one RFI, we can create multiple RFI, multiple RFP, and multiple auctions. As I said, it's a strategic and long-term project where we don't know what is required when. So we keep on. For suppose we are going with a capex, spend. Like I'm establishing a new company, so I don't know when I need what, and the construction of a company may go on for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We don't know. So in that case, we can go with the full project where we need to do events for every now and then, for every different requirement. So that's the case. I hope I clear.
Yeah, it's clear. Thanks.
Yeah. So Karthik, you have any doubts?
No doubt on my end. Thanks.
So I have created the event now. So I have created with all the information. So in coming session, we'll see how this event is sent to supplier, how they gonna respond, and how it's reflected in our bid console or in our system application. We'll see those in next session, as well as if time permits, we'll cover the auction complete life cycle, complete cycle, right? I think I'll show you the auctions bid console, I mean auctions responses, because that is competitive one and that makes much sense, because this is only the supplier has to submit their response once and then end. But in auction, they keep on changing, they compete with each other. Okay, one supplier submitting for 10 rupees, another supplier will submit for 9 rupees, another supplier will submit for 8 rupees, again supplier 1 will submit for 7 rupees. So the responses keep on changing and it reflects on the bid console, so it is much effective. I'll show you that one, I think.
Okay, got it.
So as of now, we created one event with different rules, timing rules, bidding rules, and we selected team members, selected suppliers, we added content requirement and all, we added line item to that. Once we are done, we publish that event. Once this is published, it will be, the notification will be sent to suppliers. So once they respond, it will be, I mean, depending upon the time, it will be evaluated by the buyer. So is that clear? Are we good for this?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
A last question from mine. Actually, you are telling like first there's one a PR is created in Ariba system and it will be going to ECC system and there it creates an RFQ.
No, you're going in a different, I mean, other way. PR, RFQ is created in ECC system.
Okay.
RFQ is sent to, once RFQ is created, when integration is in place, it will be sent to Ariba system as a sourcing request. So once this request is generated, it will be converted to sourcing project. Once project is created, depending upon the request from ECC, it will go with the auction event. It will decide whether to go with auction event or RFP event or RFP event. So after bidding is completed, when we create award scenario, it will be awarded to so and so supplier, and the same information will be flown back to ECC as a award. As a PO, it will be flown as a PO or as a outline agreement if they have. So this is the complete process.
Okay.
So are we good?
Yeah, actually, why this RFQ, like from back in ECC, from PR, RFQ is created, is it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, the PR in ECC to RFQ. Okay, okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
PR directly can't be, flown to Ariba system. PR cannot be directly flown to Ariba system. RFQ has to be created. Once the RFQ is created, we can, flow it to Ariba.
So Rakesh, a small question. Actually, so the PR, like in ECC, the buyer creates a PR first, and then it will be converted to RFQ. Then it comes to Ariba for sourcing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Rakesh.
I'll show you the complete diagram. Keep this question with you. I'll show you the diagram. Then it will make sense.
Okay, okay.
Is that Kasi and Karthik?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Rakesh.
I'm good.
Thanks, Rakesh.
So today let's wind up this session, and I'll be traveling to Pune due to some urgent meeting. So we can schedule next meeting on Tuesday. Is that fine?
Yeah, yeah.
So Karthik, you said like you have some work on Sundays, right? Is that you or someone else?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
Yeah, yeah. So on Sunday you are busy, right? On Saturday we can have session,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I
Saturday will
committed.
be great.
Yeah, yeah. I committed for 1
Saturday
hour.
will be great.
Yeah. Yeah, Kasi.
Sorry, Rakesh. Are we having it next Tuesday or tomorrow on Saturday?
So that's what I'm saying. I'm traveling to Pune, so coming 3 days I won't be available.
Okay, no problem. Then we can have it on Tuesday.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll ask Sai to send the invitation. I'll ask Sai to make sure that Tuesday 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock is fine.
Tuesday 7 o'clock will be. Oh, 8 o'clock is it? Actually,
Okay, we'll do it 7:30.
Okay, okay.
We'll do it
actually,
7:30.
I am in a different time zone. I'm in a different time zone, and usually, there is a clash here. So, if possible, we can have it at 7:30.
Yeah.
So 8 o'clock, you are saying 7 o'clock. Karthik, is that problem for you? I think IST it's a problem, right?
Yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah. No issues. 7:30 would be fine.
Yeah.
KP what?
Asi, we'll do it 7:30.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
So, yeah. Anyhow, I committed for 1 hour session in the morning weekdays, but it's extending every day 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
The flow is going in. Yeah, so we'll make sure that we'll wind up 1 hour.
But Rakesh, like our doubt would not be cleared. Like it will be like that only if we just leave it to our time bound for 1 hour. We need your help on this. We need your help on
Are
this.
we going good? Any doubts so far? Are we going good, right?
So far so good. Now it's good. Like if it goes like this, it would be better and it gives a very good experience for us.
Yeah, I'll make
And if
sure that it's better than this.
uh
Yeah, so let's wind it up.
yeah, yeah. Thanks,
Yeah,
Rakesh.
okay. Okay, bye. Have a nice day.
Welcome.
Bye.
Bye bye.
The reason why I was like, if I have access through this, through the session with you, it will be great for me to do some hands-on here and there.
So I'll just show you once. Meanwhile, hi Karthik. Hello. Hello, Karthik.
Actually, Rakesh, I have another meeting at 11:30, which is 1 hour 15 minutes from now. If you believe we can
So I'll make it
before that.
quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you have
I just
only 1 hour, is it?
I have 1 hour 15 minutes. Do you think that will be sufficient?
Yeah, we'll do that. I mean, at least
Um,
we'll do with the completion of the event. Because then I'll show you what is E-form and D-forms. D-form, I'll show you how it looks like.
fine, great. That is great, actually. Thank you so much.
So basically, E-forms or D-forms are, general system, oriented forms where you can just have some of the other business process which is not there in our application, like invoice forms or PO forms, some, as you said, cash advancement forms. So it is just a manual process out of the system. We are doing it, automated. So you for upstream we have D forms, for downstream we have E forms.
Upstream is D form, downstream is E form. Okay.
For upstream it is D forms. For downstream it is E forms. For procurement, E forms are used. For sourcing and contract management, D forms are used.
Okay.
Yeah.
are they technically the same, or technically they have a different
Yeah,
capacity?
more or less the same, but only the naming convention, because in upstream we don't have any transactions, so those are known as document forms. In downstream we have no transaction, so they are known as electronic forms. So naming convention is different. That's it. In Ariba, these upstream and downstream also, it's just a shake, just for naming convention to just
Okay.
categorize. Okay, upstream is completely into planning phase, strategy phase, and downstream completely into transaction. Yeah, we are doing transaction. Right.
Okay.
Hi Karthik, can you hear me?
Hello, Rakesh, KB. Hello.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Karthik, can you hear me? I think there's a connectivity issue with him. I think. So this is a
Okay.
templates, Kasi. This is how templates look like. All these are
Uh,
customized templates.
okay, I'm still not seeing the screen because I just restarted my
You're
computer.
not able to see my screen?
Yeah, I'm not able to because I haven't joined the meeting yet in the online thing because I just restarted my computer.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm sorry about that. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
because I haven't restarted for a very long time.
Oh,
It's taking a bit of time.
okay. So meanwhile, you restart and we'll just have a recap of what we did last time, or how we started the event.
Fine,
So yeah, yeah.
sure.
So in sourcing, as I already explained, sourcing is the process of uh, getting information from the suppliers, negotiating with them. Once negotiated, we finalize the project and award that to the supplier. Once awarded, it will be exported to contracts, or if we have any backend integration, it will be exported to the system, ECC or ERP, any backend system. So for that doing, we have multiple events, multiple process in place by which we do this sourcing project. So first of all, RFI, which is just to gather non-competitive information, like just to know what are the market prices and all, or what is the information, which in RFI we don't generally don't take. Best practice is not to take commercial terms. If you want to go with commercial terms, then we'll go with RFP, request for proposal, where all the suppliers give a commercial term, but not at competitiveness. But in auction, they'll be competing each other on a same room. I mean, online or offline, wherever they'll compete on the same platform. And forward auction, as I said, if you want to sell anything, then we'll go with the forward auction. And forward auction is also a competitive event or competitive bidding. So all these are types of events. These are the main, I mean, sourcing, these are the main events type we have. Now coming to the RFP. RFI is as similar as RFP. There is only difference is like, we don't include commercial terms. So I'm not, explaining complete RFA again. If you have any doubts, let me know. And RFP and RFA looks the same. When you create any RFI or RFP, it looks the same. Right?
Okay. I have something to ask regarding this. Um, there are requirements where the customer needs us to add some additional information. The best example is alternative currencies allowed. I understand that the suppliers can quote in their currency, and then using the conversion, whatever we have uploaded, system will show the price in the base currencies for evaluation purposes. But how do we let the supplier, I mean, in order to let the suppliers know what are the allowed currencies in which he can do the bidding, we may need another new field, which is in the header.
We should
Do you
have,
think
I
we
mean,
can add such fields?
yeah, buyers should have the currencies in place. I mean, the currency conversion rates in place. So once you allow while you do auction ruling, it will ask for you currency conversion rates. It will ask for you whether suppliers should bid, I mean, whether allow the supplier to bid in their own currency or not. If you say yes, then it will ask you for, allow currency rate, I mean, currency conversion rate. So once you give the rate from your backend system, ERP system, so all this comes into out of the box. I mean, you need not to do. You just need to upload the data. You need not to have any customization for this. So once you give this data like currency conversion and which currency you want to allow, I'll show you while creating option. That option will come. I'll show you. So once you give that, I mean, how many currency conversion you are giving, the supplier would be able to see only those many currencies while responding,
Or
while bidding.
in the list? Okay.
So he'll be able to see only those currencies.
Okay. But in case if there is any custom fields or flex fields type of thing that is required, do you believe we can add it up in the document here, or do we have to ask SAP to add it?
Which one? Which field?
I mean, I don't have any example name for the field, but in case if there is a custom field that is required.
Okay. So generally what happens in sourcing, so generally in sourcing we will have, no, just a moment. Hello.
Sure.
Hello. I'm sorry. So in sourcing generally we have 5 customization field, custom fields where you can do actual custom. You can create new fields. So if you want to have those fields in place, I mean, you want to add some new fields or new data to that field, so you have to just convey that to the SAP. I mean, as I said, we don't have any technical rights to the application. As it's a cloud application, if they start giving technical rights, then it will be issue. So they don't give any technical issue, but they'll definitely get back to us. I mean, if you raise any request using DSC, within 10 to 12 hours they'll be getting back to us, and they'll be supporting. So no issue in that.
Oh, but the number of fields is 5. Is it at the header or is it the item?
So that is again depending upon the contract what we had. I mean, what buyer had with.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that they'll only if they require more fields, then there's a term between sales team and the buyer. So it's not rigid file custom fields or something like that. So yeah.
Okay, got it.
Shall we move on?
Yeah, thank you.
So so yeah, we created RFP where in the first process, the first process is to give the header information. We just give the header information, what is the project, what is the region, base spend and all. After that we selected one template, right? So that is the main thing in every event. We need to have a template in place from where we are extending that project or from where we are extending that event. So once the event, we gave the header information, we create that event, now comes the header information, I mean ruling ruling part. So we give different types of rules like timing rule, bidding rule, market feedback. So all these are the rules, types of rules, how we want to configure the event. And once the event, ruling is done, next comes, hello, hello,
Hello. Yes.
hi Karthik. Hello Karthik, can you hear us?
Yes, Rakesh. Yes, Rakesh.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah, thanks. So, so yeah, Kasi. So once the information is given, ruling in, then next comes the team part. So who are the team involved in that project? Will include that. Next comes the uh, supplier part, where we invite all the suppliers in different ways. Once the supplier is invited, then we'll go with the content. What should be the content of that event? Like supplier, who will be the, sorry, what are all the line items for that event, what if any, if we have any questions and all. So this goes in this way. Once the all requirement is done, then we have to summarize, we have to check the overview. Once overview is done, I mean once we have everything in place, we publish that event and it will go for the supplier's response. So I'll show you the same in the auction. Once I'll just give a glimpse of how e-forms look like, how we have to create. I mean, generally we cannot create, but
Rakesh, are you there in the call?
yeah, I'm here. I was checking whether this user profile has that access or not.
Okay.
Yeah, so for at least he in this demo system we have, at least you can see and access the e-forms. So I'm checking whether this user rule has this. Mm. Okay, Kasi, we'll do one thing in coming session. I'll do that. I mean, if access is not there, I'll assign that access and I'll show you. Is that okay?
This is for the D forms and E forms. Is it?
Yeah. E-forms. These are all
Sure.
templates. Yeah.
Okay. Then that's fine. That's fine. But I do need to know how to assign the access to ourselves.
Yeah, user creation
Because
and
I
all,
think this is
right?
one of them. Yeah, right. At the basic administration stuff,
Yeah.
and also how
I'm
to use
sorry,
the D
I
forms
should
and E
tell that in
forms.
first class only. Yeah. So I'll do that. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
So now we'll quickly create a sourcing auction. Karthik.
Yes,
Karthik.
Rakesh.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Rakesh.
we were just discussing. Kasi's some requirement was there, so we were just discussing. We didn't start yet. So we'll quickly
Okay.
go through the auction. How we
Okay.
created RFP. The same way we'll create the auction, right? And we'll send it across to the supplier and we'll see how supplier responds to that auction. Okay. I don't know why this system is so slow today.
Actually, I have not accessed it yet, but my guys are also telling me. I mean, they're also telling me that uh, quite
No, no,
slow
generally
when they
buyers,
were using.
buyer system won't be having this type of issue. The reason that might be because of net, because this is a demo system for global partners. So every SAP partner
Mm.
globally using this system. So that might be issue, but the system, the URL is specific to the buyer. The, I mean clients who will be using. So there might be chances of internet issue. He Here it's not that case. This URL is accessed throughout globally. That is the problem. So
Create this
and
sourcing project. You're also saying that this is an auction, is it? Where do you mention that?
which one? This one.
It, yeah, yeah. You just now said that this is what is it? Competitive bid, which is an auction.
Yeah.
I saw you only creating this as a sourcing project.
Yeah.
Do you mention anywhere that this must be an auction?
We have to mention here. I said you right.
Okay, okay, the event type. Okay.
Yeah. Got it right.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah, sure.
So it's a test project. I'm taking as it's a demo project. I'm taking it's a test project. I'm going little quickly, little not very. Just let me know wherever whichever field you are not able to get. So as it's a origin from Ariba sourcing, as I said, if any backend ERP or you are getting from any other source, it will give us the source name from where it's getting. So region and all, yeah. So rest of the things are same. For header information, you just need to specify the commodity, which commodity we are dealing with. Okay, I'm taking this. I'm not giving any other information now. Now the selecting of tab, excuse me, selecting of template. So I have selected one template, which is reverse auction template, and now I'm creating. So we just gave header information, right? Now the timing rules, as I said, see here also the same, more or less the same. When should the event start? What is the time? Here, as new field we can see that is specify how lot bidding will begin. We have three types of bidding. One, parallel, where every lot will run in a parallel. Supplier has to bid for each and every lot in parallelly. Like, okay, I'm bidding for three lots are there. I have to bid parallelly. Staggered means here the bidding will start for every lot the bidding will start, and the closing time of the lot will be one by one. For suppose I have three lots, right? First, at the starting of the bidding, each and every lot will start. Everything will be open for suppliers to bid. So three lots will be started for response, and the closing time will be like first one will be closed, second will be closed after 5 or 10 minutes, third will be closed after the time we specified. Here you can see that specifying the lot for first lot or
But the lot is defined. The lot is defined at the content level, is it?
yes, yes, yes. So you got it right, staggered, Karthik?
Yeah.
And yeah. So it will, starting of the lot will be, simultaneously it will start, but closing will be one by one in a serial way. And serial is like lots will start in a serial manner. First one will complete, second, then third, then whatever. So serially it will start. So the response is also, so these all comes when buyer or client want suppliers to have a good look on the lots or line items and respond calmly and patiently. So these all will come, these rules comes when that comes into picture. So now this is the timing when should the bidding start. I'm taking it as parallel. So as soon as I click on publish, it will be sent to the send for the response. So the duration will be 30 minutes.
Rakesh, I have
Yeah.
one question here. Actually, here then specify how bidding will begin and end, that parallel, serial, and staggered. So, is there any help that we want, documentation? What does it mean? I mean, not for this field, any field. If we come across a drop down, what does it mean each field? Do we have any documentation as such?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, 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 okay.
You want me to forward? Hello.
Yes, Rakesh. Yes, Rakesh.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll once we finish it with this, I'll definitely forward it to you.
Sure,
Both of.
sure, sure. Thank you.
So set a review period after the lot closes. It's nothing but once the event is completed, you want to review the supplier supplier responses. Is that required? I'm taking it no. Allow bidding over time. So this is one of the option where supplier buyer can restrict the proxy bids. So I'll explain about this field. So what is bidding over time? For suppose event is for, auction is for half an hour, and in that half an hour, 25 minutes is over. The last 5 minutes is remaining. So in that last 5 minutes, if any supplier is bidding, less than the first rank bid. First rank bid means the bid which is very less, and anybody's supplying, giving the bid which is less than the rank 1. So in that case, we can have one option called allow bidding overtime, where it will automatically trigger to extend the time. I'll give an example to make it more easy. Sometimes what happened, a supplier 1 has given his bid as 100 rupees while the event is going on, and in last 5 minutes while the event is going to close, in 5 or 3-4 minutes, last remaining 3-4 minutes, some supplier 2 came and he just bidded for 98 rupees or 99 rupees. So in that case, the supplier 1 cannot again bid, because very less time is there, and he can be able to open and bid respond to that online. So there might be chances of losing the business from supplier. In that case, what he can do, he can have bidding overtime, where we can have the criteria like which rank of bid should trigger overtime. So that criteria we can have. Just a moment. So we can specify which rank of bit that can trigger over time. So if I am giving 1, then only if the last minute bid is affecting rank 1, then only bid will be triggered. I mean, overtime will be triggered. Otherwise, it won't. And the time, start bid time. I mean, when, like as I said, last 5 minutes if bid is submitted. So we can specify whether it's last 10 minutes or last 15 minutes. So in that manner we can specify in last how many minutes if the bid is submitted, overtime should be triggered. And the overtime lasts for yeah.
Yeah, Rakesh, so you created this as a quick or full project?
Sorry, quick?
Did you create this as a full project or a quick project?
It's a quick project.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I did not started about full project. It's again a different thing. I'll show you how we can do that in coming session. So yeah, bidding rules. Now here we have so many bidding rules, but because it's a competitive one, so we'll have different bidding rules here. So enable scoring on participant response. I mean, we can score according to the response of the suppliers, and we can even give as while awarding we can consider this as well. So scoring and grading will be on the questions depending upon what questions we are asking. So yeah, must participant improve their bids? Yes, because what happens generally if you say no in this thing, so participant will give their bid, like first time they have given 100 rupees, next time they'll give 99.5, then they'll give 99. So in that case, to avoid that, we can have this. So it's asking like, must participant beat the lead bid? It's not mandatory. He can or he cannot. Beating lead bid means whatever the lead bid, rank 1 bid is there, every supplier has to beat that. So it's not mandatory. Creating buffer to protect the lead bid. If you want, you can create a buffer, like every supplier should have at least a range of this rank 1 bid. I mean, let me give an example. Yeah. So for suppose I have rank 1 bid as 100 rupees. Supplier has submitted 100 rupees of bid. So if you create a protect lead bid, so here what happens, up to 5, if you creating 5, then next supplier has to bid 95 or less to protect that lead bid. You can read this as well. Yeah. So he has to, I mean, it's like, creating one area where he cannot bid in between that. We have to bid less, or we have to bid more. But if you are creating one buffer a bid, there he cannot bid. Like for 100, if I am taking 5 as buffer, front and back buffer, so he can bid less than 95, he can bid more than 105, but he cannot bid in that area. Is that clear? I hope I am clear. Hello.
Maybe after you go through, maybe after you finish all these views, if you can also summarize again, it will be good, because all these, some of these items looks really
Yeah, I'll do that. And I'll forward you one document where each and every fields will have the explanation. I'll definitely forward that document. That will help you out as well. So while doing hands-on, we should have that document in place. So it will help. Okay, Kasi and Karthik. So it's asking for allow tie bids. I mean, whether supplier should bid same bid, two supplier to bid same. So we can have different option in this as well. So allow tie bids for all ranks or break tie bids by submit times. So tie bids are nothing but submitting same bids. I mean, two suppliers submitting same bids. So if you say no tie bids, no supplier cannot bid same bid at the same amount for the event. They have to submit different amount. So no tie bids for rank one. If you give this as rule, so what happens? Except for first rank, supplier can bid their response for any other. I mean, tie bids for any other ranks. Rank is nothing but the lowest amount for reverse auction. The lowest amount is the rank one, right? So no tie bids for rank one means supplier cannot submit rank one bid. I mean, a tie bid on rank one bid. Apart from rank one, he can submit for any other. So is that clear? Fields. So I'll definitely go through once again. I mean, these are just business rules. When you go with any procurement or any auction, so all these comes into buyer's mind. If you explain about these all fields, as we are into IT team, maybe we don't know the functionality of these all fields, but any business team, they definitely require all these type of rules and regulations to do the e-auction or e-procurement better. Yeah, so
Rakesh, when you say improve bid amount by nominal amount, where do we specify the nominal amount?
supplier has to specify.
No, I mean,
you mean asking regarding currency? Are you asking regarding currency?
no. Regarding the bid amount, I mean the way I understood was,
Yeah.
when we meant when the project owner mentions the bid amount to be increased by a nominal amount, what does that mean? Is supplier cannot play games like in the difference of 0.01 cents or something like that. So instead, he has to increase or decrease his bid by a nominal amount.
Yes.
So, but where do we define the nominal amount? Nominal amount could be 10 cents.
Yeah, well, creating line item, we have to give that how much the nominal amount should be. I mean, it should be 5 rupees or 10 rupees or 100 rupees. We have to specify that while creating a line item. So here he asked improve bid amount by nominal amount or percentage. I mean, these are the two fields. And whether it should be in percentage or whether it should be nominal amount.
Okay, and then if at all we say enable scoring by, scroll up a little bit.
Yeah. Scoring on participant responses.
Yes, this means I mean, okay, you will tell us this later, is it?
No. I mean, there's nothing in this. If you enable scoring on participant response, so we have to specify the method. I mean, by how you are, certifying or scoring the response of the supplier. So we have to give the process method. So once we are done, it will be just as while awarding the project to any supplier, it will be one character, one attribute while awarding the project. So you can use this. Okay, this supplier responded good. Might be the amount is little high than supplier one, but the response is good and the quality, or if you ask the question and the answer is little bit better. So all these will help you out in avoiding the supplier.
Okay.
Sometimes what happens,
Got it.
supplier one might be quoting very less amount, but supplier two quoted little more amount. The quality and the commitment is better than supplier one, so we'll go with that. So all this help selecting the suppliers.
Okay.
Now comes your question, whether
Create a buffer to protect lead bit. Yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe I think there is one thing. Create a buffer to protect lead bit.
Yeah.
I'm just reading it from the Google.
So you want me to explain about this once again?
Yeah. Please do it in an online. Yeah.
So what happened? I mean, sometimes I'll take example and explain. We have 100 rupees as a rank 1 bid, right? So
Okay.
I don't want to any other supplier to rank for 99 or 98 and all. So it's okay if anybody is touching the rank 2 bid. Rank 2 is like I have 105, and if anybody is quoting 104 or 103, is that's okay, but I don't want to take risk with rank 1 bid, which is very less amount. So in that case, we can create a buffer around rank 1 bid, where if I create buffer of 5, so for rank 1 bid, everybody, I mean, no supplier can bid between this 95 to 105. So that is my buffer of rank 1. So make sure that
I mean,
sorry.
if they bid, then if they bid,
Won't allow,
then
system won't allow at all.
okay.
System won't allow to bid. Any wrong, I mean, these rules are specified, right? Once these all rules are there, when supplier, try to bid anything here and there, system won't take at all. It's not like that. If we are getting that response, it's not like that. System won't take from supplier at all.
Rakesh,
Yeah, Karthik.
Rakesh, suppose a lead bid is rupees 100 rupees, so another supplier has to quote, so he has to, if he give buffer equal to 5, so he has to either bid less than 95 or greater than 105, is it?
Yeah, I mean, generally for reverse auction, it should be, I mean, decreasing me, right? So he should give for 95 or less.
Okay. So where do we specify this lead buffer amount?
In line item, because it will be line item. Yeah. So for different line item, we can define different buffer times. Is that clear?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah.
So now comes the currency rules, whether how many types of currency should be selected by supplier, or allow participant to select their bidding currency. So if you are saying yes, then you have to give the currency exchange rate. So it can pull the currency exchange from ERP or your system. So I think this was your question, right, Kasi? Whether we have the currency rules and how the supplier can see the different currency we accept, right?
Exactly.
So from here we can do that. We just need to have the data. I mean, we have to upload the data. We can do that. So no customization required for this. So many of the things no need to have customization. Every customer requirement can be answered or satisfied with this Ariba application. But the thing is, we should know, I mean, whether the functionality is there or not. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think. So we should know whether the functionality is available in system or not. So many of these functionality will do the customer, because SAP designed in such a manner that any client requirement they'll just go and deploy in the system application, and it will be applicable to all the clients.
But Rakesh, here, like what you said, knowing the functionality is very essential. Yes, and I think everybody agrees. But at the same time, deploying the same functionality across a lot of customers, but without restricting the usage of the functionality, if you show everything to all the customers, do you think they might get confused, and there won't be any proper control or governance in the way they create this bits? For example, just now you mentioned about this creating a buffer, right? There may be some countries or some companies who do not allow these type of buffers to be placed, okay, because it is unfair. Because there are countries where this is treated as unfairness. Okay. But since the same solution is deployed across different countries and different industries, this field will always be enabled and visible to the customer.
No,
so in case if he is going to use it, no, is it? Okay.
No, let me answer your question. So now it's our responsibility to make sure that, as you said, buffer is not used across some countries. So now it's our responsibility to hide this field. So
our responsibility means the consulting company's responsibility.
Consultant, as yours responsibility to hide this. So this can be done using template.
Okay, got it. Okay. But these templates are created as part of project by the consulting companies.
Yeah. Any or every field can be hidden, and you can hide this by saying no, or you can make it as read-only field. It will be visible, but it's as a read-only field will be visible. You can do that as well.
Okay.
I'll tell you in a template designing that part. Yeah, so this is market feedback. See, I mean, from RFP, we can see in auction we have so much market feedback. I mean, bidding rules and market feedback for RFP and auction are totally different. For RFP and RFI might be the same, but for auction and auction is different. So let's go through this. Specify how participant view the market information. Again, the same. Enable the starting gate. Do not enable the starting gate, or enable the starting gate with, gate for the entire event or lot wise. Show participant response to the other participant. As it's a competitive one, we can have this one. So after participant, first response is accepted. So first response is accepted means we send the event to the supplier, right? So supplier responded to that. After that, we accepting that response. I mean, it's not like he gave some XYZ response and we do not like it, but still. So once we accept that bit, then only he'll be able to see the other participant's response. If you specify no, he won't be able to see. But generally it should be yes, because as it's a competitive one, when people seeing each other, they'll compete. Yes, he is giving 100 rupees, I should give 95, and another supplier say, oh, okay, I should give 90. So in this way, they'll compete with each other. So here we have hide the number of bidders by using same participant alias. So you can have a unique name or generic name, like you can have supplier 1, supplier 2, or you can have their unique name, like company name or some other unique name we can have. So we can have that. I mean, this is to restrict supplier to know who are all other suppliers name, or their contact, their identity. To just hide that, we can have this field. So the reserve price to all participant. So reserve price is something which is, okay, I am ready to give this on this amount. So you might be knowing about the reserve price, right? We have ceiling price, historic price and reserve price. So reserve price is something where I'm okay, this bid makes sense to me, this amount makes sense to me to give the project. So if you want, you can show that field or show that amount to a participant in this type of. So after participant first response is accepted or after participant has met the reserve value. So we can set the reserve value as well. If you want to say no, then he won't be able to see the reserve price. So you can set the ranks. Again, ranks are nothing but their every ranks are dynamic depending upon the supplier giving their bids. Like supplier 1 gave very less bid first time, so he'll be rank 1. Next time supplier 3 has given less amount, so supplier 3 will be on rank 1. So ranks are dynamic depending upon the responses. According to their response, according to the amount they responded, the ranks will be decided. Yeah, so show calculated value of competitive term before participant submit. Yeah, so we have matrix over here. We can have some formulas and all. I'm sorry. Yeah. So we have formulas. I said I'll show you while adding line items or lots. We can have some formulas and all. So once we have some customized formula, when we give some formulas while calculating like total cost ownership, what should be the TCO of that product. So we can have some formulas. So you want supplier to see that formula or not. So we can decide that as well. Show formulas to all participant, not required or required. So depending upon their requirement. Show bid graphs to the all participant. Yes, bid graph I'll show you how it looks like. The bid console I'll show you. Yeah, so this field indicates that okay, I have some incumbent suppliers or I have some new suppliers. So for my historic suppliers or incumbent suppliers, I want to have different rates or for I mean different rates in the sense initial values. Okay, you can start bid from 120 and rest of the suppliers should start from 150. So as you are incumbent, I am giving this chance to you. So it's like that. So indicate participant that participant specific initial values has been specified. So we can have this field as well. So all these are some of the other business requirement. I mean we might not feel that what makes sense of having this field, but at the time of real business scenarios, while doing huge business, these all the fields help uh, getting business process efficiency as well as getting cost reductions. So am I clear up to this? These are the ruling part. After that, everything will be the same. I mean, having rules. Team member.
Rakesh, just a reserve price. I have doubt on reserve price. What is that?
Show reserve price to all participants. Okay, keep it.
Yeah, I did. What are different prices you are telling, right? What are the different prices? Reserve price, generic price.
I'll tell you. Keep it with you. I mean, while creating the content, I'll show you. I mean, everything will be popular. I'll explain you in. So team members we can add, as I said, team members or groups and all. I'm skipping this. The same, inviting supplier in the same. So only rules part will be different. I mean, for auction or rest of the all for every event, these all are common. So I'm inviting one supplier. Uh, let's try with two suppliers. To make it competitive, I'll try to have two suppliers bidding at the same time. We have half an hour more, right, Kasi?
Yes, Rakesh, I was on mute.
I'll make sure that we'll finish it up before that. So I have invited multiple suppliers, I mean couple of suppliers. Now I'll go with the content. So we are clear with the inviting of supplier, right? As I said, we can have three types of invitations. Incumbent supplier, which we have in our system, or we can post in discovery our requirement. And third is, some supplier existence, the contact details, but he is not in our system. So we'll onboard them by sending invitation, right? So we are clear with supplier invitation, right? Now I'm adding line item. Yeah. So we can add line item. I'm just taking description of the line item. So we can have some so this is the material master of Ariba. We can pull it from ERP, any backend system, or we can have our own material master.
But when we say we pull it, is it a real-time connection or is it like a manually loading in every time?
No, 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 no. So if you want to pull it from backend, any ERP, so integration should be in place, and it's not real time, but yeah, every updation will be updated here. How? We'll have some scheduled task in our Ariba system. So what if these scheduled tasks
Okay.
run, how we specify, like every day, or bi-weekly or something like that. So once these scheduled tasks run, so any updation in the ECC master, it will be automatically updating here. So I won't say synchronized way, but yeah, it will be
Okay, that
updating.
means okay. Can I get more details into this? Uh, so that means I assume Rakesh, can you hear me?
Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Rakesh?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I have some bad connectivity here. Okay. That means
Hello.
from
Yeah.
ECC.
Now I cannot hear you, Kasi. Now I cannot hear you.
If the
Hello.
okay, can we? Is it better now?
Yeah. I
Is
mean,
it better now?
when you're asking, it's audible, but when you're asking the question, it's not audible.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means this when you say is not synchronization, but it will be replicated. That means it's a two-step activity where ECC exports the data into a particular file, and then the exported file is independently pulled inside the Ariba system. Is that what you explained?
No, no. See, what
Okay,
happens
sorry.
in Ariba, we have scheduled tasks where for every different task we have different, like pulling the data, master data, pulling transactional data, or transactional data is synchronized. I mean it's real-time synchronization is there for transactional, but for master we have scheduled tasks where it will run for particular time. Okay, I want to run it daily. For any updation in ECC master, it will automatically update daily for daily basis in ERP. I mean in Ariba solution. So we have those scheduled tasks in place where it will run automatically, and it will, this scheduled task work is to pull updated data from ECC. Pull updated data from ECC. Only extra, whatever extra added, it will pull those data, that data only. So the
Okay,
reason I'm saying, yeah.
yeah, maybe I think once you finish this particular thing, before you allow the suppliers to do a response,
Yeah.
can you quickly show the scheduled task? I just want to picture that in my mind file, but this, what I'm pulling in a file.
Your voice is, it's very difficult to understand, but I understood what you said.
The voice break
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, this was. So yeah, I'll do that, Kasi. I got you. You mean to say while supplier is responding, we can discuss about those master data synchronization, right? Scheduled task and all. So I'll do that.
Yes, please.
Karthik, here is your answer for your questions like ceiling price, historic price, or reserve price. This is what you're asking, right?
Yes, Rakesh, yes.
So I'm selecting randomly lubricant oils because. Okay, so I selected the commodity. I giving, it's, if we can specify from team tab only. It's not mandatory to have here also. So response required for the each lot, for this lot or not. I'm specifying no. It's okay. So any field you miss, I mean, let me know. I mean, this we discussed in the RFP also. So let me explain you once again. Response required for this item or lot. If you say yes, supplier has to definitely select that lot, this lot. I mean, if we have multiple lots, like I have 3 lots, if you are not mandating this, then supplier can select only, okay, I am comfortable with first lot and second lot. I don't want to bid on third lot. So he can bid accordingly. But if you do mandatory, then he has to submit bid for this lot, this particular lot, right? And extended and unit pricing is nothing but if you give unit pricing, it will bid on quantity wise. If you give extended pricing, it will bid on complete how many quantity if you have given, like 10 quantity you have given. And coming to the ceiling price is something initial price where the bidding should start. For suppose my ceiling price is 120. 120 is my ceiling price. And my historic price is something which I bought previously. Like, okay, I bought it for 130 previously and I wanted it to be 120 this time, or it could be more because market inflation, because of that we can have that. Okay, last time I bought it for 140, something like that. So, or it could be 100, so last time I bought it for 100. So, this should be pulling from last historic data. I'm giving it as 140. Now comes the reserve price. So reserve price is something where okay, my initial price is 100, but I can give this project when it reaches to 100 rupees. That will make sense for me. Otherwise, I mean, it is starting price. The bidding should start from this, but this project award will make sense me when it comes to 100 or less. If it's more than 100 rupees, I won't award. I mean, I'll reconduct the event or whatever I want to do, but I won't award this to supplier. So this is about reserve price. I have reserved this price for this project, something like that. Is that clear, Karthik? Let me know if you want me to explain.
Yes, yes, Rakesh, yes. Can you
Now,
tell about this extended price,
So extended price is something, if you go on this, see now this quantity wise, it's not giving for initial price, historic price.
Yeah.
Here, I mean, price on unit, it's not. It will ask for, okay, 10 items. How much should be the 10 items? 10 items I want 1,000 rupees. Historic price is 1200, and the reserve price is somewhere 1,000.
What is the difference between price and extended price?
Unit price is like I have 10 items, right?
Okay.
So the bidding will be on one by one, and if extended price, it will bid, or they'll bid on complete 10 items. So let me explain you. Just if you give here just a formula to calculate, you won't give also, it will take. And there is not much difference. I'll show you. I'll show you just a moment. Before updating that, I'll go through these fields, like use initial value as ceiling price, competitive term, pricing term. So as I already declared that the improved bid amount should be nominal amount, it's a read-only field here. So read-only fields looks like this, Kasi. As you said, I don't want bid buffer amount field should be visible. So if you want to show also, it will be in read-only. When you do changes in template, it should be read-only access. Now comes the bid decrement. You are asked, right, where we should give the amount, how much amount should be the bid decrement amount. You can specify lot wise or line item wise. Okay, for this lot, the bid decrement amount should be 5 rupees or 10 rupees. The buffer, here you can specify the buffer. Okay, my buffer should be, front and back buffer should be 5 or this is also read only, as I specified in the rules tab, that participant should submit tie bits apart from rank 1. I mean, except rank 1, they can submit tie bits. Now let me update this. See the extended price over here, right? Once I done it, it will calculate the extended price and show it on the content term. Here you can see, right? So it's just a formula to calculate, to show the supplier that the quantity is 10 and my ceiling price is 120. So 120 into 10, it's showing 1200 USD. As I selected USD as my currency, it's showing in USD. So just to calculate whether it's on unit based bidding or extended on complete commodity or complete line item. In line item we can have multiple units, right? So just a formula to calculate, that's it. Are we clear? You want me to explain once again? I'll do that. Kasi, are you there? It seems your connectivity is a little.
No, I'm still there. I'm still there, Rakesh. I go on mute because I want to save my bandwidth here.
Yeah. So I'm quickly publishing this so that we can see how it looks like, how the supplier responses. I don't know whether it will work. Event allows supplier to, oh shit. So I gave suppliers to allow, so this is how it shows. See, where is that? Yeah, currency rules I gave, but I did not specify exchange rate, so it's showing error for that. If you are selecting that, you have to specify the currency exchange rate.
Rakesh, so for the quick projects, there is no approvals, nothing, right? That's the reason why we can immediately publish it.
We can have, as this is a demo project, I did not keep any approval. We can have. So in upstream, we will have very less approvals. That is, for sourcing specifically, we have two types of approval. Approval for creation, approval for publish. Right? So this is how bid consoles look like. Time remaining in open meeting. So yeah. Two suppliers are invited. I'm really sorry guys, I don't know what happened, it's not working. What can I do? So what happens, the URL I gave, I am trying to copy and trying to log in, right? So when you go to that URL, it will again show the supplier network portal. So where supplier will get notification, he has to log in. He has to log in to that portal and respond accordingly. He has to accept the invitation from buyer. This invitation will be sent, and he will be start bidding. Depending upon the bidding, bid graphs will be affected. It's real-time synchronized. As soon as they bid their amount, it will be affected. I mean, it will show their graphs over here. Like whatever the amount they are bidding, it will show the graph. See here, we have the amount which we are giving cap, like 100, 105. So we gave like 100 is our bid, right? So I mean initial price, right? No, sorry, 120. So this is our initial price, this is our historic price, and this is our reserve price. You can see here ceiling price, reserve price, and historic price. So the bid graphs will, it will start from here 120. It will keep on decreasing depending upon the response. Try once I check. Actually, let me know when, if you're getting late or something.
Actually, I have 5 more minutes, Rakesh. I'm sorry.
Let me try once. If not, then we'll do it. I'll do one thing.
Rakesh, while we are looking into this, can we also plan our next session? So even in case if I drop out, even in case if I drop out of this call, I definitely know when is the next session. Yeah. Can we do it on Friday if you guys are okay? I mean, I'm just making a proposal, but it's also
Friday or today's Tuesday, right?
Today is Tuesday, right?
So see, I am logging into supplier portal. This is network, supplier network.
Okay.
So this is how suppliers portal looks like. He'll log in, he'll check there, and he'll respond. So as you are saying, you want to have for this on Friday. Can we have on Thursday? I mean, are you busy on Thursday?
Actually, I'm running into a presentation on Thursday morning. Yeah, I have to get prepared for it. That's the reason why tomorrow I can't make it.
Okay. So, Karthik, is that fine on Friday? I mean, is that okay? Karthik. So yeah, I think it's already 9 o'clock. So,
Hello, Rakesh.
yeah, Karthik.
Hello, Rakesh. Could you hear me? Yeah, it's okay for me. However, if it's possible Thursday evening for both of you, Thursday evening.
No, Thursday evening it's not possible for me because
Okay.
my work shift is 2 to 10 IST. So,
Okay. How about Friday morning at what time?
same 7:30.
Okay.
That will be great. Thank you, Karthik.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So to brief you, we created one option. We send it for invitation supplier. So because of our portal is not working, we are waiting for supplier. So I can go there and I can pause the event, or I can extend the event for next day. So we can do that. That is possible. Okay.
So Rakesh, one doubt.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello, Rakesh.
Yeah,
Actually, you have invited two suppliers, right? So you have login credentials of one of the suppliers, so you could log in, is it?
Yeah, I have both the suppliers login because I created as a demo supplier, so I know the credential and password. Generally, supplier should not share that, but yeah. See here.
Okay.
Kashi, are you online still, or you left? Kasi. So I think he left. Yeah. So Kasi, you can see the screen here. think error. So we'll discuss it on next meeting. I think so. There's no.
Rakesh, Rakesh, in last class you told there are some couple of documents that you'll forward us, but we didn't receive from Sai or anyone, the organizer. So can you forward us to today's document that you have mentioned?
Yeah, I'll do that. Event management guide, I'll forward you. In which everything is mentioned. I'll forward you that event management.
Yeah.
So I think there is a issue with supplier.
The last.
Kasi, if you want to leave, you can. Kasi, if you want to leave the meeting, you can. I mean, go ahead as you have meeting.
Yeah. So should we use the same link for Friday session, or is it going to be a different link?
I will forward you link. If any changes, I will do that.
Okay, so it's Friday morning, 7:30. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Have a nice day. So, yeah, Karthik, tell me.
Yeah, nothing like it. Those two documents, like on the last class document and this last
I'll forward you. We have two types of documents. First of all, we have event management guide and process management guide. So event management guide talks completely about events, quick projects, and process management guide talks about full project. So once today I'll forward the quick project guide, and once we done with the full project, I'll forward that as well.
Okay.
So we'll do that. Anything else from my end for today's session? I'm sorry, supply portal is not working. Otherwise, we would
no
have
issues.
how it's like.
Okay.
Yeah.
No issues.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rakesh.
Karthik. Yeah.
Welcome.
Bye.
Who is Bharat Ganesh? Very clever people.